Did you know BP stood for British Petroleum? I had no idea. I had no idea. I did not know that. How you doing, Jen?
Iranian civilization shows that we have always supported peace and security. But today in New York and the United Nations, I say frankly to the American statesmen who are now managing the genocide in Palestine that we do not welcome the expansion of the war in the region. But I warn, if the genocide in Gaza continues, they will not be spared from this fight. The history of Iranian civilization shows that we have always supported peace and security. But the story of Iranian civilization shows that we have all today in New York and the United Nations. I say frankly to the American statesmen who are now managing the genocide in Palestine that we do not
How you doing, 40 Truck King, Jen? Don't crash into me. Check out this suspicious ass temporary plated car. Hello, Java.
West Bank, branch number 71668, 3235 Broadway, 72 and 78th Street at the crossing of 115, unconfirmed. Indication is the main entry premises area. Yeah, we got nothing to order. We have nothing. They're marking a 9098. Catch on 2215 hour, go to station 7599 Citywide Highway. Good morning on Midnight Highway. Yeah, that's 139. On 35 Avenue. No injuries, no weapons. Transport,
Big protest. Did you get any footage? Yeah, we did, and we're gonna premiere it tomorrow. We did premiere the protest from yesterday, which was the Brooklyn College student walkout. So we actually had two different stringers cover that, because they started at Wall Street and then I believe it ended at Washington Square Park. Let me make sure we're good here. Manhattan Fire under control. I think we're good. I think we're good. I'm wondering if I felt my hands dirty. I forgot to sanitize it. Unidentified weird fragrance. You're literally from Newark. Nice. Many Saints in Newark. That was a good movie. But Michael Francis, he didn't like that movie. He says, "Oh, I never knew any mobsters that would hit their wife like that. Terrible. He hit her and she fell down the stairs. What an inaccurate movie." But here's the thing, they were trying to show that Christopher Moltisanti's father was abusive and violent towards women, just like Christopher Moltisanti was. Like father, like son. That was what they were trying to show. They're not trying to say all Italian husbands or men that beat their wives or something, you know? So then again, maybe him having strong reactions to movies is good for his channel, you know? Because does he want to love every single movie or TV show he watches? Maybe, maybe not. But if he has a strong reaction like that, it's good for his channel because it makes his channel better, right? Other than saying, "Oh yeah, that was a great mob movie. It was pretty accurate. Okay, we're gonna review another mob movie today. This one not so accurate." He's got to have strong feelings about something. Maybe this is it. And he's even admitted that he has not watched every season of The Sopranos. I think he watched some of the first season and he said, "I gotta say, very accurate. I gotta say." But yeah, great guy, Michael Francis. should just turn around. I should do a U-turn right now, considering what the hell is going on here. At least this traffic is over by 59th Street. Hopefully. Hopefully it is, I don't know. At this point I already wouldn't mind taking 3rd Avenue. Sometimes 3rd Avenue is the answer. Don't tell me they closed 3rd Avenue. I will not be happy with that.
Customer 39 is going to be 9 yellow. If you did not want to make a report, thank Charlie for the back. Show me 84 and 1011.
One Station Square, Continental has the greenway terrace on the cross, location Jade Restaurant. The dispute between the bartender and the caller. No injuries, male, Asian. Inside, windows wearing all black and a black mask.
And that's some shit. And that's some shit. You can't even take 3rd Avenue. Or maybe you can, but I don't know. We'll see. What the hell? They got 3rd Avenue blocked off. I think I can squeeze through. No, I'm not gonna. Never trust a big Kiwi.
Ladder 110. 313 dispatch. Dispatch. 105. Transmitting 1075. Negative, Jay. Heavy smoke in the area, though. All right, 10-4. 3 2 responding.
Right, we're going check. Nothing further, okay?
For Charlie.
Step out, Charlie.
7 Charlie.
7 Charlie, go.
39 50 91.
10-4. The location of Broadway and Dodgeworth, was that a vehicle pursuit?
No pursuit. Then one of the window into the city.
Looking north, CRT.
10-4.
That's what. Dodgeworth. That's looking up to CRT. This was a we have a request in that 84 for West Coast Street between Barn Street for assistance. For no stop at a bike, right? For a perp track. Stop one.
Alright, put K9 41.
The son is at the location. K9 40. For his mom and
41.
That's one.
Alright, that's all what the drive about.
You said you couldn't get in contact with the mother. You stayed at the house. You can't get in contact with the mother.
Alright, you can mark it 91. I spoke to the mom. It's perfectly fine.
That's right.
7 Charlie, yep. 7 Charlie. closer to get to the store today?
10-4, 5.
101. Evident. 101.
Brooklyn to Battalion 3-1. Yeah, preliminary report is due at this time.
Purple 75, suspect estimation 92 Glenmore.
10-4. 2321, dispatcher 252.
Post 10. You want my directed. Thank you. One and 3-4. Further. What the heck? You're good. To the pick up those boys. The boys gonna have one of them.
Engine 236 to Brooklyn. 236? 236 Brooklyn, could you verify the incident that we're responding to? So we'll check back with EMS. Right now they have this coded as an arrest. So use caution as per the information in the history. 036, Engine 309 to Brooklyn. 309. Do you have an apartment number on 3987? Stand by.
Market 93 clean, 97 admitted at the hospital, 995 has been made tonight. One other.
We're going to 309. Thank you, 309. Yeah, it looks like this came through EMS, through some kind of alarm company, like a medical alert. Thank you, 309, 10 across another apartment right now. Negative. We're guessing right now that this is a private alarm. 2324, dispatch to 25 rounds, negative. 3601, 25 story actually. So we'll check back to them. 309, 10 across. Engine 236, 236. 236, did you want to try the 10-7 on the box? We don't have anything in this corner. BMS, they have nothing further. Reminder, pump here, and 75. Thank you, Jim. That's hospital 11. Thank you very much. That was one. I'm alive. Great.
10-2325, dispatch 47.
Put on out of it. Put on out of the most swelling. Pull back so far. 17 boys, they not see 17 boys. M61 security at the Charles G building is sending us to a different building, but they're letting us know it's a male violent EDP. I'm not sure if the other BLS comes. Conditions Alright, 4 minutes. Fire score? About 4-1, we'll just drop down to 18. We have a condensed manhole. That's popping. There's light smoke. Triggering at the explosions. Nothing else. Okay, just go. Switch it off. I got back to the system. 2327, sir. 327? Incident duration is 15 minutes. Seven dispatcher 256. 36. Future 6 from the Unix 1091. With an EMS. 10-4, 2328, dispatcher 256. We're 1025, close rate. We'll try to check out, and I would take you off. What is it? Alright, so everyone's available? Luckily, it's 4 staff down, 3 out of 6. info. For 5 minutes now. Engine 3-3. Engine 3-3. 3-3-15 is already 84. You can go to 8-30. One Charlie. Securing. Colorado 180. You waiting for?
Damn, he's driving without a wheel on. That's not a good idea. He needs to stop. I wonder if his car is gonna catch on fire. Oh, holy shit! There's a freaking guy here on the highway. What the hell is going on here, guys? You got a car driving without a tire, and you got a guy walking on the highway. I turned my amber lights on immediately. And you don't know what's gonna come of them. You don't know if that car is gonna catch on fire. You don't know if that pedestrian is gonna get hit. How you doing, Doug?
Mobilization point is 526 Beach Street. 526 Beach Street, second street. Freeway to Black, first name Michael, last name Howard, date of birth, April black Puma backpack. She was last seen at approximately 1500 hours at a high school on Beach 100.
Firearm at 770 to apartment charge way from Florida Ave.
Control with the U.S. military, and American troops began being stationed at them in 2016. After 24 years of absence, U.S. military bases were back in the Philippines again, and more would follow shortly. In 2023, the Philippines and the U.S. announced the creation of 4 additional joint Philippine-U.S. military bases in the country, under the original terms of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, which will bring the total number of American military bases in the Philippines to at least up to 9. I say at least because there are even further discussions happening right now between the Philippines and the U.S. to reactivate the old Cold War era U.S. naval base at Subic Bay again. While not officially happening yet as of the production of this video, the Philippine Navy reoccupied a portion of the base near the end of 2022, while the remainder of the port was acquired by a U.S. private equity firm. If the U.S. Navy returns to Subic Bay again, it would function as an ideal deepwater harbor for some of America's advanced nuclear submarine fleet to station themselves at only a few hundred miles away from the Bashi Channel separating Taiwan from the northern Philippine island of Luzon. But even if the U.S. Navy doesn't do that, just look at the map of the 9 joint U.S.-Philippine military bases that have already been officially agreed upon just since 2014. 2 out of the 5 previously agreed upon bases from 2014 were on the northern island of Luzon, while 3 out of the 4 recently announced bases in 2023 were also concentrated on this same northern island. Regardless if U.S. naval forces also return to Subic Bay or not, this will already place a very high concentration of American troops within Luzon, very close by to Taiwan's southern flank. In March of 2022, it was revealed that American F-22 fighter jets were being deployed to the Philippines for the first time. F-22s in any of these bases on Luzon will be capable of rapidly sortieing out during an invasion of Taiwan scenario to attack advancing Chinese warships and airplanes, while U.S. deployed HIMARS rocket artillery systems on the ground placed within the northern reaches of Luzon will have the range to strike everywhere within the Bashi Channel between Luzon and Taiwan, the goal of which will be to obviously block the advancing PLAN from being able to break through the Bashi Channel and flank Taiwan's vulnerable and critical eastern coast. Attacking through the Bashi Channel will be a primary war aim of Beijing's during the invasion, not only to flank Taiwan's east coast, but to also attempt a capture of the extremely important Taiwanese port city of Kaohsiung. Kaohsiung is Taiwan's largest port by far, and all on its own accounts for 62% of all the island's total cargo volume and the majority of its oil volume. Seizing Kaohsiung early on would deny the ROC defenders the ability to import large amounts of supplies, fuel, resources, and reinforcements, and it would enable the PLA to use it instead to keep funneling in more of their own troops and supplies and fuel to the island instead. American HIMARS placed in the northern reaches of Luzon would be barely within range of striking the area around Kaohsiung to attack approaching PLAN landing ships, or to deliberately destroy the port facilities themselves if they were to fall into the PLAN's hands. Taken all together, the U.S. military strategy to defend Taiwan during an invasion scenario involves this northern pincer with their bases in South Korea and Japan's Ryukyu island chain blocking any ability for the PLAN to advance from China's shores into either the Sea of Japan or out into the Philippines Sea, where they may be capable of flanking Taiwan's critical eastern shore from the northern direction. While the southern pincer with the U.S. military bases in the Philippines is designed to simultaneously deny the PLAN any ability to advance through the Bashi Channel and flank Taiwan's eastern coast from the southern direction. The combined intent is to deny China the flexibility of movement during any invasion scenario, and to force them into only being able to choose a single option: a predictable, frontal amphibious assault on Taiwan's well-defended and prepared western beaches, while the east coast remains relatively stable and safe just long enough for outside help to be able to arrive and begin turning the tide. But America's first island chain strategy doesn't end in the Philippines. It continues even further down to another island, the smallest one in the entire chain, but likely the most critical one of all: Singapore. Down here as well that they share with the Singapore Navy, and which has the capability to accommodate an American aircraft carrier and its accompanying destroyers. During a wartime scenario with China, America's naval presence in Singapore grants it the ability to almost immediately take advantage of China's greatest Achilles heel: blockade the Strait of Malacca, a tiny 1.5-mile wide stretch of water through which a whopping 60% 50% of all the oil China currently consumes passes through on its voyage from the oil-rich Persian Gulf. Halting any of these tankers from passing through the strait would immediately eliminate 60% of China's entire oil supply, which would immediately force Beijing into making difficult decisions once their stockpiles of oil start running out. Would they force racking of oil on billions of Chinese citizens in order to commit more of their dramatically reduced supply to the invasion and war effort? Would their military machine eventually run out of oil and the invasion fail as a result? What would end up being the long-term impact of the Chinese economy with the immediate destruction of most of its oil supply? It's not a pleasant thought to think about in Beijing, and it's still not the end of America's island chain strategy either. Behind the first island chain is what American military planners like to refer to as the second island chain, which is mostly centered on small U.S. territories of the Mariana Islands and especially Guam. Guam may be a tiny island. It's fewer than 30 miles long and only about 4 miles wide at its narrowest point, but it's very densely populated and home to nearly 170,000 people. It's also one of the most significant bases of the U.S. military. Roughly 1/3 of all the island's land is owned directly by the U.S. Department of Defense, with about 8,000 U.S. troops stationed there with large numbers of fighters, bombers, missiles, and most crucially of all, 5 of America's most advanced nuclear-powered attack submarines. And unlike America's more forward operating bases in South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, and Singapore, Guam is actually fully sovereign American territory and functions as the U.S. military's largest and unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Western Pacific. It is also the U.S. military's primary logistics hub for supporting all of the more forward operating U.S. bases in the first island chain. But there's an even bigger rear base that the U.S. military uses even further behind Guam, in Hawaii. Pearl Harbor is on the island of Oahu, near Honolulu, and it is the headquarters of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Around 40,000 more U.S. troops are stationed on the island, and crucially, 17 more of America's advanced nuclear-powered attack submarines are headquartered here as well, which is roughly 1/3 of all of America's nuclear attack submarines worldwide. Even further back on the U.S. West Coast are the U.S. naval bases at Kitsap, Washington, and San Diego, California, both of which are home to 1 and 4 old Nimitz-class nuclear-powered supercarriers, respectively. The base at Kitsap is arguably more important than the one in San Diego, though, because it's one of only 2 bases where the U.S. stations its strategic ballistic missile submarines that are armed with nuclear weapons. 8 of these nuclear-armed strategic submarines are based at Kitsap, along with 2 more nuclear-powered conventional ballistic missile submarines, and 5 more nuclear-powered attack subs. And in addition to Guam, Pearl Harbor, Kitsap, and potentially Subic Bay in the Philippines again, the U.S. is actively working to create yet another nuclear submarine base in the Pacific as well, in Australia. In 2021, the governments of Australia, the UK, and the US announced an unprecedented security pact between them that they called AUKUS, an anagram of Australia, the UK, and the US. Before this treaty, the United States had never before shared its top-secret nuclear submarine technology with another country besides with the UK back in 1938. For the first time ever since then, the AUKUS pact will see the US and the UK sharing their top-secret nuclear submarine technology with the Australians to help them develop their own nuclear subs. As a part of the pact terms, the Western Australian city of Perth will become the host of the next major nuclear submarine base in the Indo-Pacific. American and British nuclear submarines will be stationed in Perth until Australia purchases a set of 5 modern nuclear submarines from the United States to station there themselves. And then they'll eventually develop their own domestic nuclear submarine program by 2050. But the AUKUS pact has been extremely controversial within domestic Australian politics. Australia agreeing to the deal necessarily meant that the Australian government also had to suddenly and without any notice cancel a prior nuclear submarine agreement that they had made with France that was valued at 56 billion euros, which resulted in an understandably outraged French coast that recalled their ambassadors from both Australia and the United States over the incident. Moreover, the new AUKUS deal is currently estimated to cost the Australian government up to $368 billion over the next several years through to 2050. An extremely high amount of money that many Australians feel could be better spent on more domestic issues instead. But it's not just the new submarine base in Perth that the AUKUS pact is creating. It's also creating a new major U.S. Air Force base in the far north of Australia, Tyndall, where the United States will be allowed to park up to 6 of their strategic B-52 bombers out. These strategic bombers are capable of carrying nuclear weapons, and they have an operational range of 14,200 kilometers without needing to refuel, which places all of China's most heavily populated regions within their range from Tindom, together with the nuclear weapon-armed submarines at Kitsap in Washington and the potential return of American nuclear missiles to South Korea. This represents the full nuclear triad that the United States presents to China within the Indo-Pacific, with potentially soon-to-be land-based missiles in South Korea, sea-based missiles from the submarines out of Kitsap, and air-based bombs from out of Tindom. One of America's greatest concerns about fighting a war with China over Taiwan will be China. China's increasingly advanced anti-access area denial, or A2D2 capabilities. China's DF-21A missile has a range of 1,770 kilometers, while their DF-26 missile has a range of 4,000 kilometers. These missiles have dramatically increased China's so-called area of engagement, the area where Chinese conventional missiles can reliably strike enemy targets. On the very first day of the war, the Hudson Institute calculated in 2022 that China could concentrate up to 11 kilotons of conventional explosive missiles into Taipei, the largest city of Taiwan. From there, with greater distance away from mainland China, China's conventional missile strike capacity diminishes but still remains relatively strong, all throughout the first and second island chains with the capability to even strike American targets as far away as Guam, with about 2 kilotons of explosive power in a day. These capabilities make American surface ships, and especially aircraft carriers operating within China's area of engagement zone, highly vulnerable to attack and possible sinking all throughout the first and second island chains, which is why the U.S. military's growing focus to counter China has been relying less on sinkable aircraft carriers and more on unsinkable nearby islands that they can park military assets on, like Okinawa, the southern Ryukyu Islands, Luzon in the Philippines, and also Guam. In addition to underwater nuclear-powered submarines that can remain beneath the surface for years at a time and are invulnerable to China's A2D2 capabilities and missiles flying through the air. America's carriers and other surface ships would likely stay far away from Taiwan and far away from China's missiles. Those would likely stay facilities and missiles to surface for years at a time, in addition to underwater nuclear-powered submarines that can remain beneath the surface for years at a time and are invulnerable to China's A2D2 capabilities and missiles flying through the air. America's carriers and other surface ships would likely stay far away from Taiwan and far away from China's missiles, preferring to remain further behind within the second island chain, providing air cover for Guam, blockading Chinese maritime trade, and only briefly sailing in and out of China's area of engagement zone to attack Chinese ships and planes infrequently. If China decided to launch an invasion of Taiwan and the United States did decide to respond militarily, U.S. Marines, armed with anti-ship and anti-air weapons, would likely quickly move to position themselves across all of Japan's southern Ryukyu Islands, and all of the Philippines' smaller northern islands within the Bashi Channel, extending all the way up to Little Yami Island, which is fewer than 90 miles away from Taiwan. Their objectives would be to hold their islands at all costs and destroy any Chinese warships and warplanes trying to pass through them to flank Taiwan in the east. By the ROC defenders on the island enough time until the U.S. and probably Japanese reinforcements can arrive on Taiwan's eastern shore. U.S. planes taking off from bases in South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines would immediately try and achieve air superiority all around Taiwan. America's naval assets in Singapore would likely move to sever China's critical oil import route, while America's many nuclear attack submarines in the area would stealthily depart from their bases in Kitsap, Hawaii, Guam, Perth, and potentially from Subic Bay to accomplish multiple objectives. They would seek to plug up all of the narrow maritime choke points found across the Indonesian archipelago in order to deny China the ability to reroute any of their oil imports from Malacca, while more would patrol like sharks around the other maritime choke points around the Philippines and within the Bashi Channel between Luzon and Taiwan, and between all of Japan's Ryukyu and bases in Kitsap. While America's many nuclear attack submarines in the area would stealthily depart from their bases in Kitsap, Hawaii, Guam, Perth, etc., U.S. occupy and destroy any Chinese warship air weapons, would likely quickly move to position themselves across all of Japan's southern Ryukyu Islands, and all of the Philippines' smaller northern islands within the Bashi Channel, extending all the way up to Little Yami Island, which is fewer than 90 miles away from Taiwan. Their objectives would be to hold their islands at all costs and destroy any Chinese warships and warplanes trying to pass through them to sea defenders on the island enough time until U.S. and probably Japanese reinforcements can arrive on Taiwan's eastern shore. U.S. planes taking off from bases in South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines would immediately try and achieve air superiority all around Taiwan. America's naval assets in Singapore would likely move to sever China's critical oil import route, while America's many nuclear attack submarines in the air sever China's critical oil import route. While America's many nuclear attack submarines in the area would stealthily depart from their bases in Kitsap, Hawaii, Guam, Perth, and potentially from Subic Bay to accomplish multiple objectives. They would seek to plug up all of the narrow maritime choke points found across the Indonesian archipelago in order to deny China the ability to reroute any of their oil imports from Malacca, while more would patrol like sharks around the other maritime choke points around the Philippines and within the Bashi Channel between Luzon and Taiwan, and between all of Japan's Ryukyu Islands and within the Korea Strait. All would be given kill orders to immediately attack and sink any PLAN warships trying to break into the Sea of Japan, the Philippine Sea, or anywhere into the wider Indo-Pacific in order to contain the war to strictly being around China's own immediate shoreline. All of this while America's strategic nuclear triad in the Indo-Pacific theater with assets in Kitsap and Tyndall and probably soon to be South Korea all remain on standby for any potential escalation of the war from beyond Taiwan. Throughout the entire conflict, the specter of a nuclear war erupting between the United States and the PRC would permanently loom in the background. Never before in human history have two nuclear-armed military great powers ever gone to war against the other. The PRC wields an estimated nuclear arsenal of around 400 total warheads today in 2023, including at least several dozen ICBMs, such as the DF-5B that can strike anywhere on the Earth outside of South America, including anywhere in the U.S. mainland. By the end of the 2020s, the PRC's nuclear arsenal is expected to further increase up to around 1,000 total warheads. Still much smaller than the American nuclear weapons arsenal, but also still the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world. It will be plenty capable of annihilating the United States and ensuring mutually assured destruction between Beijing and Washington, should one ever be tempted to use them in the conflict. With both Beijing and Washington possessing such apocalyptic capability of annihilating the other with nukes, many theorists believe that neither the PRC nor the U.S. would ever dare to strike each other's mainlands, even with conventional weapons, which would imply that the war would be limited to strictly maritime, aerial, and amphibious assaults immediately around Taiwan and across the many seas and islands of the Indo-Pacific. The U.S. argues that all of its extensive military preparations recently around China were designed to deter the PRC from ever attempting an armed invasion of Taiwan in the first place. But from Beijing's perspective, all of America's preparations certainly look extremely aggressive, and probably feel more like the United States is trying to contain them. I mean, just look at the map flipped around from their perspective. Their entire coastline is surrounded by U.S. military bases now, which, during the war, will not only severely restrict their Navy's ability to sail out anywhere into the greater Pacific, but will also severely restrict their ability to import critical things they need from abroad, like oil, gas, microchips, and even food. China could be fairly easily placed under a total maritime blockade by all of the U.S. and allied forces in the first and second island chains. And so there are some who fear that rather than deterring the PRC from launching an invasion of Taiwan, all of America's extensive military posturing in the area is encouraging the PRC to launch its invasion sooner rather than later instead. If you were in charge of China, wouldn't it make some sense if you were determined to take Taiwan no matter what, to at least consider launching your invasion of Taiwan before the United States and allied forces around you grow even stronger, before the AUKUS Security Pact fully comes to fruition with U.S. nuclear submarines present in Perth and U.S. strategic bombers present in Tyndall, before the newly announced U.S. military bases in the Philippines are established, and before the U.S. Navy can potentially return again to Subic Bay, before Japan can fully militarize its southern Ryukyu Islands, and before American nuclear weapons return to South Korea, and before Taiwan purchases more capable arms from the Americans. The more and more that the U.S. prepares for this war with China that it is trying so desperately to avoid, the more it risks pushing China into deciding to launch the war for Taiwan in the first place before it becomes too late for them to do so. And China, of course, has their own ideas for how to push back against the United States and still manage to emerge victorious in Taiwan. Naturally, the PRC would obviously prefer to take control over Taiwan without having to fire a shot. There are multiple steps that Beijing can take before a full-blown have been absent from power in the ROC ever since 2016, while the more pro-Taiwan Independence Democratic People's Party, or DPP, has been in power ever since then. If the DPP wins the election in January of 2024 again, and it appears that political meddling within Taiwan isn't working as intended, then Beijing can take more limited, so-called gray zone actions to test the international community's resolve on Taiwan first, before committing to the full-scale invasion option. One of these options would be invading and seizing Kinmen first, a small group of islands home to 127,000 people that are governed as a county of the ROC, that are 187 kilometers away from the ROC's main island of Taiwan, but nearly 5 kilometers off of the coast of the PRC's mainland. Attacking and seizing Kinmen from the ROC could serve as the PRC's dress rehearsal for a later full-scale invasion of the ROC in Taiwan later. Would the United States, after all, really risk a cataclysmic war with China simply over little Kinmen? It would be very similar, in a way, to Russia's more limited invasion of Ukraine back in 2014, when they quickly seized control over Crimea and Sebastopol, which warranted very little Western intervention beyond a few limited economic sanctions, which obviously precipitated Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine 8 years later in 2022. China is currently watching very, very closely with how the West continues to react to the evolving Russian invasion of Ukraine. If the West's resolve eventually ever falters over Ukraine and they stop sending aid and then Ukraine subsequently collapses, it sends a clear message to Beijing on how long they might have to wait for its full react to the evolving Russian invasion of Ukraine. If, with how the West continues to react to the evolving Russian invasion of Ukraine, if the West's resolve eventually ever falters over Ukraine and they stop sending aid and then Ukraine subsequently collapses, it sends a clear message to Beijing on how long they might have to wait for the West to similarly capitulate over Taiwan, and thus seizing Kinmen could serve as the PRC's version of Russia's early seizure of Crimea. Then, beyond that, there is the option to initiate a limited or a partial blockade of Taiwan. The PRC could declare either around Taiwan and aim it at the island's greatest Achilles heel, its critical overdependence on energy imports. You see, Taiwan imports the overwhelming majority of its energy resources from abroad, to the tune of 97% of the energy that they consume, including virtually all of their oil, liquefied natural gas or LNG, and coal. A lot of these imports come from other countries who are relatively friendly to the ROC, like Australia, who in 2021 provided 55% of Taiwan's coal imports and 32% of its LNG imports, along with the United States, who provided a further 9% of Taiwan's LNG imports and plans to expand those imports even further. But many more of Taiwan's foreign energy
Four dispatcher 252. Ladder 132. Open is Division 1. Open is Division 1-1. Open a ladder 147. 147, you're going in as a fast truck. Fire in third floor. Open to Division 1-1. Brooklyn to Division 1-1. Division 1-1, you're responding? Alright, 10-4, be advised, you're coming in real low. Brooklyn Classic Bus 112, Terminal 63, 103 North 3rd, white to Berry for an automatic alarm. Brooklyn Classic Bus 112, Terminal 63, 103 North 3rd Street, white to Berry for an automatic alarm.
Energy providers are not as solidly friendly and committed to Taiwan's sovereignty as Australia or the United States. They're substantially more vulnerable to coercion coming from Beijing. There is Russia, who in 2021 provided roughly 15% of Taiwan's coal imports and 10% of its LNG imports. Russia has previously shown a clear willingness to weaponize its energy resources against
5 each side, all hands. Fire on the 3rd, 4th, 3 stories, 25 by 60, class 3. Stop. So you want the street, choose a similar, 3 is unknown, 4 is similar. 2-line stretch, line operation, search is underway, with no doubt. 10-4. We're going to have to go hands, going to work box 2585, 4419, Unidentified Establishment, 4445 feet, fire on 3rd floor. Brooklyn all hands, going to work box 2585, 4419, Unidentified, 4445 feet, fire on the side.
sell their vast energy resources to, and consequently, Russia sells vastly more energy resources to China than they do to Taiwan. If Beijing delivered Moscow an ultimatum and choose between them, it is clear that the Russians would end up choosing China and halt their deliveries to Taiwan. And the Chinese might not stop there. Qatar provides about 25% of Taiwan's LNG imports, while Indonesia provides about 24% of Taiwan's coal imports, and a further 6% of its LNG imports. Qatar sells significantly more of its LNG to China than it does to Taiwan. Indonesia has received billions of dollars worth of investments through China's Belt and Road Initiative, and also sells significantly more raw materials to China than it does to Taiwan. And neither Qatar nor Indonesia have yet agreed to join in on any of the West's financial sanctions against Russia. China could thus potentially use a combination of carrots and sticks to convince
Temple, report received at 0009. Notify the incident commander, duration of the incident 13 minutes.
a hypothetical Chinese blockade of Taiwan, which will induce significant pressures to Taiwan's energy security and ability to power itself, and further test the resolve of the United States without going full send with the invasion option. And then, of course, if all of these previous options fail to bring Taiwan beneath the PRC's control, there is the full-scale invasion option. The PRC is well aware that this option will be one of the most difficult military operations ever carried out in human history. It will involve the largest amphibious operation in history since the D-Day landings at Normandy during World War II, which will necessitate using thousands of ships, planes, and missiles to accomplish. It is estimated that China will need to commit somewhere between 300,000 to 1 million troops or even more to the invasion from any and assembling such a massive invasion force with all of their accompanying transport ships and equipment on the western side of the Taiwan Strait will be impossible to hide from American spy satellites operating above, who will quickly begin sounding the alarm over the imminent invasion, just as they began doing in the months leading up to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The PRC's A2D2 missile capabilities on the mainland are designed to turn the skies dense with Chinese missiles that will keep the American Navy, Marines, and Air Force, along with all of their allies, far enough away from Taiwan and the Taiwan Strait to keep the invasion route open and secure for as long as possible. The PRC will need this because they need to win the invasion of Taiwan as swiftly as possible to have the best chance of success, ideally within days to weeks at a maximum. If they fail to quickly take the island and the war turns into a protracted conflict like Ukraine has morphed into, then the greater the odds will be that it will lose with a U.S. intervention and potentially Japanese, Australian, and UK intervention as well. The longer China's maritime trade and import of critical raw materials like oil and gas are blockaded, the greater the instability within China will become, to say nothing of the piling casualties and humiliation and not being able to take Taiwan because they need to win the invasion of Taiwan as swiftly as possible to have the best chance of success, ideally within days to weeks at a maximum. If they fail to quickly take the island and the war turns into a protracted conflict like Ukraine has morphed into, then the greater the odds will be that it will lose with a U.S. intervention and potentially Japanese, Australian, and UK intervention as well. The longer China's maritime trade and imports of critical raw materials like oil and gas are blockaded, the greater the instability within China will become, to say nothing of the piling casualties and humiliation and not being able to take Taiwan swiftly. The PRC will desperately want to win as quickly as possible, and so, at the onset of choosing to launch the invasion, Beijing will likely have to take the most momentous decision that it will likely ever have to make in its entire history. Whether or not they will launch the invasion with or without a preemptive first strike on United States military assets in the Western Pacific. If they decide not to do that and launch their invasion without attacking the U.S. first, it stands to reason that there might be a chance, no matter how small, that the U.S. has been bluffing this whole time and won't actually respond militarily. And then, if the U.S. does react militarily, China could attempt to claim that it was the U.S. who fired first, during what they will inevitably be referring to as an internal Chinese matter where the PRC was simply trying to subdue a rogue province. But of course, not attacking the U.S. military assets surrounding them first ensures that the U.S. military will be at their full power and be most capable of restricting and defeating China's invasion force quickly. And thus, there is the significantly riskier second option, the 21st century Pearl Harbor. The PRC's conventional ballistic and cruise missiles easily have the range from the Chinese mainland to strike U.S. military targets across South Korea, in Okinawa, across the Philippines, and even in Guam first. Before launching the invasion of Taiwan, the PRC could fire hundreds and hundreds of these missiles in a surprise attack across all of these nearby U.S. military bases and facilities in an attempt to preemptively neutralize the U.S. military's early ability to quickly respond to the invasion within the first and second island chains, which would then ideally enable the PRC to launch its cross-strait invasion of Taiwan rapidly and less opposed at first, enabling them to, hopefully from their perspective, seize control over the
Is that 0014, 25 incident commanded, ready to incident 18 minutes.
the entire island quickly and then bunker down on it for the retaliatory attacks by the United States that would inevitably come next. This option is inherently the more risky of the two, because, for one, it would all but guarantee a ferocious United States response to the scale of the war against Japan in the 1940s. It would also mean that China would be widely perceived as a massive warmonger on the global stage for clearly firing the first shots. China might also still struggle with taking Taiwan as quickly as they had hoped, leading to this eventual ferocious rival of the United States that would probably soundly defeat them anyway. Moreover, the PRC's military estates them quickly as they had hoped, leading to this eventual ferocious rival of the United States that would probably soundly defeat them anyway. Moreover, the PRC's military is still untested and lacks any real experience, as the last war the country fought in was their invasion back in 1979, which was nearly 4.5 decades ago now. The U.S. military has very recent experience fighting actual combat in comparison, though of a kind that would be very different from the amphibious warfare that would be likely around Taiwan. And in addition to launching the main assault on Taiwan, there would also be a ferocious battle waged across the South China Sea, which the PRC largely claims in its entirety as Chinese territorial waters, backed up by China's claims to the tiny Spratly Islands and the many artificial islands they have constructed that are full of PRC military assets, including naval and air bases and radar stations. The PRC is so aggressive in their claims to the South China Sea and the construction of militarized islands within it because, during an invasion of Taiwan scenario, they want to be able to adequately project power down to Singapore and the U.S. naval base at Changi there, so they can claw the Strait of Malacca open and keep their critical imports of oil and LNG from the Persian Gulf flowing through it, in order to keep their economy and war machine running. Nearly every single foreign policy decision and action that the PRC makes is all about overcoming this critical vulnerability that they know the U.S. Navy will exploit during the war. It's partially why the PLA opened their first overseas military base in history in Djibouti, and why they're potentially seeking to acquire further bases in the future in Gawar in Pakistan, in Hambantota in Sri Lanka, and in the Coco Islands of Myanmar, all of which, so far, has been unsubstantiated but could always happen in the future. China's relentless drive to pursue its Belt and Road Initiative is primarily focused on overcoming this over-reliance on their oil and gas imports coming through Malacca, and reducing the risk of a U.S. naval blockade there and throughout Indonesia, crippling their energy imports coming from the Persian Gulf. China's support for Russia and the transformation of the Russian state into a sort of Chinese vassal state ever since the invasion of Ukraine has been designed to get Russian oil and gas to China through overland pipelines in the Northern Sea route for LNG to reduce Beijing's overdependence on Malacca. China has relentlessly pursued investments into other oil and gas-rich countries nearby, like Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan as well, in order to construct further overland pipelines bringing oil and gas into China in a safer and more reliable way that the U.S. and allies can't as easily intercept as the maritime imports coming in through Malacca. And that's why China has also relentlessly pursued investments into and supported the regimes of strategically located countries around it that can transport Persian Gulf oil and gas into China before those imports ever even reach Malacca. Countries such as Pakistan, in which China has invested tens of billions of dollars to create the so-called China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, a vast network of highways and railroads being built to connect the Pakistani deepwater port of Gwadar with China's western Xinjiang province, through which the Chinese will eventually be able to import large amounts of oil through from the Persian Gulf without having to rely on those imports going through the vulnerable Strait of Malacca. And even more crucially than Pakistan, there is also Myanmar, where between 2013 and 2017, China invested billions of dollars to construct the crucial Sino-Myanmar crude oil and gas pipelines, a pair of twin oil and gas pipelines that begin in Myanmar's deepwater port of Kyokbu in the Bengal and run for nearly 500 miles across the country to Kunming in China's Yunnan province. Since these are actual pipelines and not highways or railways like in Pakistan, the Sino-Myanmar pipeline enables China to import very large volumes of oil and gas directly from the Persian Gulf, without those resources having to pass through the blockadable Strait of Malacca, making it a vital component of China's energy security and ability to front the United States during a war over Taiwan. It is also why China so heavily supports the extremely authoritarian military regime in Myanmar, known as the Tatmadaw. In 2021, the Tatmadaw military in Myanmar launched an infamous coup d'etat that overthrew the civilian-elected government in the country, immortalized forever by this viral clip that you've probably seen, of this woman dancing as the coup plotters behind her are busy actively overthrowing the government. In that coup's aftermath, Myanmar has descended into one of the most violent and devastating civil wars that the 21st century has ever seen, and become the only failed state in Southeast Asia. The whole country has ever since become more of a geographic expression than an actual united country, with a complicated patchwork mosaic of dozens of competing rebel factions, all vying for control and influence against each other and against the increasingly repressive and authoritarian central government, now ruled by the Tatmadaw military. The undemocratic military regime has also since become one of the most heavily sanctioned and isolated regimes in the world as well, which has pushed them closer into the orbit of countries like China and Russia. Without any countries in the Western world now willing to assist Myanmar's military regime, China now has extensive leverage in the country to expand their pipelines even further, to continue reducing their oil and gas imports coming in from Malacca, and to potentially pressure them into allowing the PLA to finally establish an overseas military base on the Coco Islands as well nearby to Malacca on the strait's western side. As such, Chinese and Russian military vehicles and planes have been frequently spotted in the service of the Tatmadaw military in its complicated war against the many rebel factions now pushing back against it. And Beijing needs the Tatmadaw military to win the civil war in the country, because they need to continue maintaining their ability to keep importing oil and gas through the Sino-Myanmar pipelines in order to keep reducing their over-reliance on energy imports coming through the Malacca Strait, in order to be in a better position to eventually launch their invasion of Taiwan. If the Tatmadaw falls and a new regime unfriendly to Beijing emerges from the chaotic civil war in its place, they could choose to shut the Sino-Myanmar pipelines down when under pressure coming from the United States. And thus, the eventual outcome of the ongoing civil war in Myanmar has direct implications on China's ability to eventually seize Taiwan, and America's ability to counter that invasion. But of course, the Myanmar civil war itself is a very, very complicated and dark subject. It has resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of people in the country only since it began in 2021, and has become one of the 21st century's bloodiest conflicts. But just before it began, between 2016 and 2019, the Tatmadaw military regime, who now mostly rules the country, even further perpetrated one of the 21st century's largest scale genocides against the Rohingya people in Myanmar's western Rakhine state, which resulted in unbelievable levels of human suffering rarely seen since the 20th century, and the largest refugee crisis seen anywhere in Asia since the Vietnam War. The complicated and massive internal conflict still raging across Myanmar is thus one of the darkest chapters of all of 21st century history so far, and it is directly related to everything you just listened to me talk about throughout this entire video. But unfortunately, due to the inherently violent, controversial, and recent nature of discussing one of the biggest ongoing genocides and wars taking place anywhere in the world, if I made a video covering it all here on YouTube, it would almost certainly become demonetized and age restricted, which would ultimately mean that YouTube's algorithm would never promote it to you, and you would probably never even see it. That's why instead of uploading it here to YouTube, I created yet another full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing modern conflict series that's about the same length as this video you just watched, that covers the entire history, course, and explanation of the ongoing civil war in Myanmar and the associated genocide of the Rohingya people, and uploaded it directly to Nebula. And this is just one of more than 24 The United States and Taiwan have a complicated relationship. Taiwan's official name is the Republic of China, or ROC. The government
Letter 129. 129 fast truck responded. That's all. All hands go to work box 4591, the address 11404, 14 Avenue, between 114 Street and 115 Street. Fire and private dwelling. All hands operating box 4591, the address 114-04, 14 Avenue, between 114 Street and 115 Street. Fire and a private dwelling. And a physical. 2-second message. negative. 91. 129 is 84. Time 45. Mark 73. Not a natural gas. It was petroleum gas. Temple. Wait for time 52. 52 U84. Time 52 reported to. Alright, 10-4, time of that report is 0039 minutes. Your incident duration is now 16 minutes, 16 minutes. Also, medical branch resources are responding. Yeah, 10-4, he's got 2 line stretch, 1 in operation, 75 by 50. He gave the exposures, 1 is the street, 2 is the driveway, 3 is the yard, 4 is the rear alley. Fire doubtful.
I just ran out of gas.
23rd Street.
How
You
far
passed
is
it.
that?
You gotta go south. 23rd Street. You gotta go south.
I ran out of gas right here, though.
Oh,
You know how
damn.
far that is?
Oh, you're in the bike lane, man.
I had to
But-
pull over somewhere.
Well, you're close to 34th Street.
How far is
23rd
it?
Street is like, 10 blocks south.
10 blocks?
Yeah.
All right, I'm about to see if I can call your boy.
All right, man. This guy ran out of gas in the bike lane. Right here. Look at that. He's stuck. At least he's not blocking traffic, But At least he's got AAA, right? Now all the bicycles gonna have to go around this car. Yeah, you guys can watch him if you want.
Division 1-4. Division 1-4, your incident duration is now 20 minutes, 20 minutes. Units operating at all hands box 4591, your incident duration is now 20 minutes, 20 minutes. Ladder 150 to Queens. Ladder 150. 129 response area.
Russian invasion of Ukraine continues grinding through its second year. Both sides are beginning to run low on their supplies of everything from manpower to weapons and to ammunition that they require to continue fighting. The most recent estimate from the United States in regards to the casualties suffered during Europe's biggest war since 1945 are absolutely horrendous. They believe that as of September 2023, the Russian casualties since the invasion began are fast approaching 300,000, divided between as many as 120,000 Russian soldiers killed in action, and as many as another 180,000 more wounded. These U.S. estimated losses on the Russian side are significantly higher than the U.S. estimated casualty figures for the Ukrainian side, however, which are believed to currently stand at around 190,000 casualties, divided between an estimated 70,000 Ukrainian soldiers killed in action and another 120,000 more wounded. This makes our total military casualty figure that we're only 19 months in, approaching a total of 500,000
Division 1-4.
both sides, including nearly 200,000 soldiers who have been killed in action. And that's without factoring in any of the estimated losses of the Ukrainian civilians, which the United Nations estimates to also be somewhere in the ballpark of the
Alright, multiple units transmitting. Division 1-4, your message. That fourth time of that report is 0047 hours. Your incident duration is now 24 minutes.
Having already in less than 2 years eclipsed the total number of deaths experienced.
Queens the letter 163.
That lasted for a decade between 1991 and 2000.
Yeah, ladder 163, your message.
With the Ukrainian side alone having already suffered higher losses than the
About
United States did, clearing
7317
nearly 20 years
was
of
a 1033 code. There was gasoline leaking from a vehicle at the top of the and 10
the Russian side alone having suffered more than double the losses of the Russo-Japanese War of 1905, which ultimately culminated in a revolution in the country. In the first 2 weeks alone of Ukraine's massive air offensive that began in June of 2023, the United States estimated that as much as 20% of all the weapons and equipment the Ukraine sent into battle was either destroyed or damaged. And the sheer scale of death and destruction that has been brought to Ukraine on both sides during this war is reflective of the sheer volume of lethal weapons and munitions that both sides
about
have been firing against.
7133, the address
It has been estimated by
21-44,
US
45 Avenue between 21 Street and 23 Street for smoke apartment 1. About 7133, the address 21-44, 45 Avenue.
The Russian side of the war fired somewhere between 10 and 11 billion rounds of artillery on the Ukrainian battlefield across 2022 alone, to say nothing of how much they fired in 2023. On some days, according to the same American estimates, the Russians have been capable of maintaining a pace of firing between 20,000 and 50,000 rounds of artillery in Ukraine every single day, while the Ukrainians have only been managing to fire back at a rate of somewhere between 4,000 and 7,000 shells of artillery a day. And after having kept these rates of fire up for 19 months now, both sides have burned through millions of rounds of artillery and small arms ammunition. And both sides' inventories and stockpiles of each are beginning to run low. And so, both sides have begun searching abroad beyond their own countries for newer sources to keep their guns supplied and firing long enough to last until the other side runs out first. And there is no larger source of stockpiled artillery shells and ammunition just sitting there unused in inventories anywhere in the world than on the Korean Peninsula, where North Korea and South Korea have remained officially at war with one another for more than 70 years, ever since the signing of a ceasefire agreement back in 1943, which ended the shooting between them, but never officially ended the state of war between them. For decades, both the United States and Russia in its previous form, the Soviet Union, poured enormous amounts of weapons and ammunition into the hands of their respectively backed sides. The United States poured their weapons into South Korea, while the Soviets poured their weapons into North Korea, as the fear on both sides of another hot war erupting on the Korean Peninsula between them remained ever present. When the Cold War between the US and the Soviet Union ended in the early 1990s, it never really ended at all in the Korean Peninsula, and tensions remained extremely high through to the present, with both sides remaining prepared for the possibility of an all-out war resuming again, and with both sides having never winded down their vast stockpiles of artillery, rockets, ammunition, and guns built up over the decades preparing for it. As a result, the North and the South continue to possess what are literally the largest stockpiles of artillery shells and small arms ammunition that can be found anywhere in the entire world, with likely several tens of billions of rounds of artillery sitting there at peace. North Korea, in particular, is likely home to the single largest artillery arsenal of any of the world's countries, with at least 10,000 artillery systems that are more than every single country in NATO combined, and with tens of millions of their own artillery shells stockpiled up for a war with the South and the United States that, for the past 70 years so far, has still never come. North Korea may be a highly impoverished country with meager economic and technological power, but it has consistently over decades prioritized its military and armed forces above all other concerns of the state, with its regime constantly warning against imminent U.S. invasion and urging the need for constant militaristic vigilance. Prior to the country developing and acquiring nuclear weapons, North Korea's greatest deterrent they had to dissuade against an invasion from the U.S. and South Korea was its close relations with the Soviet Union and China, and above all, its massive and formidable military and artillery apparatus. North Korea, you see, has maintained compulsory military conscription in the country for all men for a period of at least 10 years, between the ages of 17 and 30, while North Korean women are selectively conscripted for military service as well until the age of 23, making North Korea easily the most heavily militarized society in the world in the 21st century, where at any given time, roughly 1 in 3 people in the country are an active member of one of the nation's various military and paramilitary organizations. In terms of total numbers of soldiers in active military, reserve military, and paramilitary roles combined, North Korea literally has the largest armed forces in the world, with nearly 8 million total soldiers it can call upon and field quickly during a conflict, significantly more than countries with way larger populations than it, like China, Russia, or the United States. The country with the second largest total armed forces it can quickly call upon, naturally, is South Korea, with a total about 6.7 million total personnel it can call upon in the event of a conflict. And beyond the sheer enormity of North Korea's potential manpower base to pull from the area of conflict, the other component of the country's deterrence historically was their massive investment into their artillery arsenal. A recent report from the RAND Corporation in 2020 concluded that North Korea continues to maintain around 6,000 of their total artillery systems near to the DMZ border with South Korea, within range of the very densely populated South Korean capital and largest city, Seoul, the metropolitan region of which is home to more than 26 million people today, or about half of South Korea's entire population. That 2020-era report concluded that within the opening hour of a full-scale hot war resuming on the Korean Peninsula, North Korea's artillery systems along the DMZ unleashed what they have previously referred to as the Sea of Fire upon Seoul and the metropolitan area surrounding it, and in the process killed upwards of 200,000 people in only a single hour from only conventional artillery, without even resorting to their large chemical or nuclear weapons arsenals. That is high enough of a possible carnage to make any U.S. president think twice about attacking the North. And so, this was what North Korea primarily relied upon for deterrence for decades. But then in the 2000s, they realized that still might not actually be enough. Saddam Hussein's Iraq was conventionally formidable on paper with nearly 400,000 standing troops, 2,000 tanks, 2,300 artillery systems, 300 combat aircraft, and 4,000 anti-air guns was almost casually swept aside in little more than a month by the vastly conventionally and technologically superior U.S. and U.K. forces who invaded Iraq in 2003, with only 196 coalition troops losing their lives compared to around 30,000 Iraqi troops. The primary justification troops losing their life, the forces who invaded Iraq in 2003, with only 196 coalition troops losing their lives compared to around 30,000 Iraqi troops. The primary justification that the U.S. and U.K. had used to invade Iraq in 2003 was Saddam Hussein's possession of weapons of mass destruction and his nuclear weapons program, something that turned out Iraq didn't actually have. What ultimately left them vulnerable to a U.S. invasion. North Korea saw the writing on the wall and feared that they could become the target of the next U.S. invasion. So in the build-up to the invasion of Iraq, they decided to formally withdraw from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which they had previously agreed to sign back in 1985, becoming, to date, the only country that has ever signed the treaty and then later withdrew from it. Almost immediately afterwards, North Korea resumed its nuclear weapons program, which culminated with their first successful test of a crude atomic bomb in 2006, and which eventually led to the current estimated arsenal of around 40 nuclear warheads, along with their increasingly sophisticated missile program designed to deliver those warheads to targets very far away from North Korea. The nukes and the missiles thus began adding to North Korea's level of deterrence against a U.S. invasion or intervention, spurred on. Even further, after witnessing major U.S. military interventions against Gaddafi's Libya in 2011 and against the Assad regime in Syria in 2017 and 2018, but North Korea's nuclear weapons served another purpose to the Kim regime besides simply deterrence. They also served as a potential bargaining chip to try and get the United States to negotiate and compromise with them in order to ultimately get rid of them. You see, for decades following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1990, bargaining chip to try and get the United States to negotiate and compromise with them in order to ultimately get rid of them. You see, for decades following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, pursued a policy of attempted normalization with the United States instead, since they had just lost their primary supporter and benefactor and were attempting to break free from an increasingly assertive and overbearing China. Between 2012 and 2019, during Kim Jong-un's early years of power in Pyongyang, the North frequently made attempts at securing security guarantees and assurances from the United States and improving relations in exchange for addressing their nuclear weapons program. This policy culminated with the first meeting between then U.S. President Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un in Singapore in 2018. The very first time ever in history that the American and North Korean heads of state visited each other face to face, followed up by a second meeting between them the following year in February of 2019 in Hanoi, Vietnam. It was this second meeting between them in particular that abruptly cutting the meeting short and saying that no agreement or compromise could be reached. Leading up to the meeting, the United States Senate had passed a clause which declared that the winding down of America's 22,000 troops deployed to South Korea was a non-negotiable item. Trump claimed that North Korea had requested an end to all U.S. sanctions on their country in exchange for surrendering their nuclear weapons, while the North's foreign minister conversely insisted that they had only requested a partial lifting of sanctions in exchange for beginning to wind down their nuclear program. Either way, Trump left the meeting without reaching any kind of deal with Kim, and Kim likely ended up feeling that Trump had rejected his offer. It was after that North Korea started distancing itself and became unengaged with Washington, hardly answering the phone or communicating with the United States at all, in an apparent reassessment of its 30-year-long and failed policy of trying to normalize relations. After the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in July of 2021, North Korea possibly began believing that the United States was on the decline. It began making clear signs that it was firmly realigning itself with its old Cold War-era allies once again, Moscow and Beijing. Before the year had even ended, North Korea's government expressed support for the Russian claims to the Kuril Islands, which are disputed with Japan, and further directly linked the controversy around Taiwan with the potential of triggering a resumption of the war in Korea. The final nail in the coffin for any hope of resumed negotiation between Washington and Pyongyang took place shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in March of 2022, when North Korea resumed testing and launching of its ICBMs that are capable of striking the U.S. mainland, something that they had previously committed to not doing back in 2018, 4 years beforehand. During the negotiations with the Trump administration, North Korea would end up breaking its own record in 2022.
I guess he's waiting for AAA.
largest missiles it has ever launched in a single year. More than 70 of them, including a missile in October that flew over the Japanese main island of Honshu. After Russia unilaterally declared that it was annexing the Ukrainian provinces of Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson into their country in September of 2022, North Korea further became one of the only countries in the world to ever recognize the Russian claims, the only other to date being Bashar al-Assad's Syria. And now in 2023, in an incredibly ironic twist of history and circumstance, it is the Russians and the Americans alike who are both coming back to their respective historically supported sides of the Korean Peninsula, asking for some of their previously gifted arms back in order to fight in another conflict, raging on the other side of Eurasia. And both North and South Korea have been cooperating with them to a certain extent, transforming the war in Ukraine into a sort of proxy battlefield between the two Korean North rivals. Back in 2019, Vladimir Putin met with Kim Jong-un for the first time in their lives. Back then, it was Kim who was desperate for any kind of diplomatic lifeline with the outside world, after having just failed to reach that deal with Trump near the summit in Hanoi. And Putin was trying to position himself to become the great mediator between the Kim regime and Washington for further negotiations on denuclearization. But today, just 4 years later, after that first meeting between Putin and Kim, geopolitical reality in 2023 is vastly different. Now it is Russia who is increasingly becoming more and more isolated from the international community, owing to its massive invasion of Ukraine, with nearly every single country in Europe, plus the United States, Canada, the Bahamas, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea, having levied financial sanctions against Moscow, and earning themselves a place on Russia's so-called list of unfriendly countries. Putin himself can also hardly travel anywhere in the world beyond Russia's own borders now, because of an arrest warrant that was issued for him by the International Criminal Court, or ICC, in The Hague on the 17th of March 2023, over alleged war crimes taking place during the invasion of Ukraine. As of the production of this video, Putin himself has not left the borders of Russia ever since the arrest warrant was made, though he does have a planned visit to China shortly, who does not recognize the ICC's authority. All of this isolation that Putin and Russia alike are increasingly facing on the world stage has been pushing Putin to begin adopting a new, post-Western foreign policy for Russia, in search of new allies who are similarly opposed to the Western-led world order, and who will help him both diplomatically and militarily in Ukraine. The problem with that is that there aren't many of those around who are willing to stick out their necks for him. China, perhaps Russia's greatest supporter of all diplomatically and economically, has been hardly supportive at all militarily so far, having apparently only sent the Russians a mere 100,000 bulletproof vest helmets since the invasion began. There are very few countries who 100,000 at all militarily so far, having apparently only sent the Russians a mere 100,000 bulletproof vest helmets since the invasion began. There are very few countries who are willing to support the Russian militarily. And run afoul of influential Western financial sanctions, as the countries who are currently sanctioning Russia collectively represent nearly 60% of the entire global economy. And so supporting Russia militarily would mean being sanctioned and getting locked out of that same 60% of the global economy. Thus, when it comes to countries who have given military aid to Ukraine during the war, the list is vast and includes dozens of countries from all across the world, including a whopping $44 billion worth of military aid given by the United States alone. The Russians have gained no such international military support anywhere near the same kind of scale, and that has forced the Russians to basically only being able to go to other fellow pariah states, who are already under heavy Western financial sanctions, and thus don't really have anything more to lose than they already have, by choosing to help the Russians militarily, such as Iran, and now North Korea as well. The Russians are known to have previously acquired thousands of Iranian-produced Shahed drones for use against Ukraine since the invasion began, while the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is known to have personnel within the Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine, assisting the Russians with the operation and further manufacturing of these drones. And then, suddenly, in July of 2023, the Russian Defense Minister, Sergei Shoigu, made an official state visit to Pyongyang in North Korea. Crimea, becoming the very first Russian defense minister to ever visit the country since the collapse of the Soviet Union. It was obvious that the Russians desired access to the tens of millions of artillery shells that were sitting there unused in North Korea's vast arsenal. Shells that were entirely based off of Soviet-era designs that are easily mutually compatible with the artillery systems that the Russians are currently using in Ukraine. North Korea's arsenal is almost certainly the largest ready-to-use stockpile of artillery that the Russians can easily use in Ukraine to be found anywhere in the world outside of Russia's own borders. If the Russians could gain access to it, it would mean that North Korea could hypothetically supply the Russians with literally billions of rounds of artillery from these stockpiles and keep the Russian guns in Ukraine firing at full volume for at least another 1 or 2 years, and perhaps even longer than that, especially when considering North Korea.
Can you take me to the gas station?
Nah, sorry, man.
Alright.
You probably call an Uber or something.
Call an Uber? Alright.
Yeah. Now you asked me for a ride. Like, you know, that I would only trust, you know, he's not somebody that I can say that I would trust. You know, there are certain individuals who I'll be more likely to, you know,
For the Russian war machine, having been completely and singularly
I mean, he ain't no damsel in distress, if you know what I'm saying. He's a grown-ass man. He can take care of himself.
focused on being prepared for total war for 70 years. North Korea runs a vast network of munitions factories within the country, including at least 100 different factories dedicated to munitions assembly, which collectively employ around 1 million North Korean laborers. Around 4% of the entire North Korean population strictly dedicated to building munitions. North Korea also has good rail and sea links directly with the bordering Russian Far East, meaning that North Korea can essentially serve as a very significant rear base of supplies for the Russian war machine in Ukraine, providing billions of rounds of stockpiled artillery in addition to rockets and small arms ammunition for the Russians to carry across their hulls of significantly decreased depths of even Ukraine firing at full volume for at least another 1 or 2 years, and perhaps even longer than that, especially when considering North Korea's potential to manufacture even further artillery rounds for the Russian war machine. Having been completely and singularly focused on being prepared for total war for 70 years, North Korea runs a vast network of munitions factories within the country, including at least 100 different factories dedicated to munitions assembly, which collectively employ around 1 million North Korean laborers. Around 4% of the entire North Korean population strictly dedicated to building munitions. North Korea also has good rail and sea links directly with the bordering Russian Far East, meaning that North Korea could essentially serve as a very significant rear base of supplies for the Russian war machine in Ukraine, providing billions of rounds of stockpiled artillery in addition to rockets and small arms ammunition for the Russians to carry across their whole country towards the military front line in Ukraine. A rear base that also cannot easily be interfered with, not only because of its sheer distance away from the front line, but also because of North Korea's remaining nuclear weapons arsenal and their ability and willingness to massively retaliate. Moreover, North Korea potentially came to the conclusion on their own that without the possibility for any further diplomacy or negotiations with the United States, and no hope of normalized relations with them, their nuclear arsenal was never going to go anywhere because it will never end up being used as a bargaining chip to try and improve relations and reduce sanctions, meaning that their only remaining purpose is strictly for deterrence. And since they will always have the nukes for deterrence, they don't really need as much of their earlier deterrent that they were using before the nukes. Their massive artillery arsenal and sea of fire that could obliterate Seoul within an hour, which they can now safely exchange with the Russians for things that they actually do need right now. Naturally, in exchange for giving the Russians millions of rounds of their artillery, the North Koreans are going to want things in return. North Korea has been completely shut down and isolated from the rest of the outside world ever since January of 2020. Korea self-imposed and extremely strictly enforced quarantine over the COVID-19 pandemic, in which extensive new border fortifications have been constructed all along the northern frontiers with China, Russia, and Chile.
Oh, this biker is mad. He said, yo, what the hell? Why are you blocking the road? The biker was not happy. I think he cursed him out.
Kill orders were given to all border guards for anyone caught trying to enter or leave the country from any direction. An order that has remained from the North-19 pandemic. In with post-ending Koreans are going to want things in return. North Korea has been completely shut down and isolated from the rest of the outside world ever since January of 2020, during a self-imposed and extremely strictly enforced quarantine over the COVID-19 pandemic, in which extensive new border fortifications have been constructed all along the northern frontiers with China and Russia, and shoot-to-kill orders were given to all border guards for anyone caught trying to enter or leave the country from any direction, an order that has remained in force for over 3 years now. This severely cut down on the numbers of defectors successfully escaping from North Korea, as well as the volume of illicit smuggled foreign contraband getting into North Korea with hard drives, books, and SD cards. But it also severely cut down on North Korea's critical imports of things like food, spare parts, and fuel, which all evidently become a scarcity with the Hermit Kingdom once again. So North Korea wants food, spare parts, and energy resources from the Russians at a bare minimum. They also want Russia to drop their sanctions on North Korea and resume normal trade relations. They also want the Russians to help them circumvent their own financial sanctions that are being imposed by the West, in a growing sort of underground trade network between the world's most heavily sanctioned countries: Russia, North Korea, Iran, Syria, Belarus. Further, they perhaps also want the Russians to provide them with even more things as well, such as more advanced fighter aircraft like the modern Russian-produced Su-35 and Su-57, both of which the Russians have recently been struggling to sell to any customers abroad, and which from Moscow's perspective could be better to at least trade with North Korea for something rather than sitting around and doing nothing. The Russians could even help the North Koreans tremendously by only providing them with slightly older and less capable fighters than the modern cutting-edge ones, considering that the North Korean Air Force right now is incredibly outdated. Largely consists of fighters and ground attack craft like the MiG-29 and the Su-25 Frogfoot that began production back in 1981 and 1978 respectively, more than 4 decades ago. North Koreans might even simply be satisfied with receiving aviation spare parts to keep these old aircraft running. They also might want advanced Russian anti-air systems to better defend their nuclear missile launch sites from possible American or South Korean air attacks, such as the S-300 or S-400 Russian-built systems. And then, potentially getting a little more demanding, the North may also be interested in acquiring highly sensitive Russian nuclear submarine technology, submarine-launched ballistic missile technology, or even more advanced rocket and missile propulsion and evasion technology to assist them further with their own reconnaissance satellite program in perfecting their ICBM's range and ability to break through Western anti-air systems. These latter items, though, are perhaps things that the Russians will still be highly reluctant to give to the North Koreans, simply in exchange for mere conventional and unguided artillery, rockets, and small arms ammunition. Especially not when Russia could get away with trading some of their abundantly cheap oil and gas for them instead, or looted cranes that they pillaged from Ukraine and transported over effectively for free. And as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, Russia could also offer North Korea substantially further diplomatic support at the UN as well, which to an extent has already been taking place since the invasion began. Ever since 2019, Russia has consistently rejected any new sanctions being slapped on North Korea by the UN, and in 2022, Moscow wouldn't even support a UN statement condemning North Korea for its launching of ICBMs. North Korea could easily depend on further Russian diplomatic protection at the UN like this, and potentially even count on a full-on de facto normalization of relations with Russia, akin to how things used to be back during the Cold War Soviet era. Maybe not as ideal as a normalization with the United States, but from Pyongyang's perspective, better Moscow than nothing. Regardless, both Russia and North Korea clearly have a lot to offer each other right now, and sure enough, in September of 2023, Kim Jong-un himself took the decision to finally leave his country for the first time in 4 years by getting aboard his personal armored train and steaming across the border into the Russian Far East to meet directly with Vladimir Putin face to face for the second ever time in their lives to discuss the terms of a potential deal like this. Afterwards, Putin and Kim even agreed that Putin himself would personally come down to North Korea next and visit Pyongyang at an undetermined future date. The first time that Putin will visit the country since the last time he did in 23 years previously, all the way back to 2000, shortly after he first drive the North Korean stockpiles to see if they actually worked well enough. The artillery report on ground artillery the North Korea claimed for their own territorial waters. In retaliation, for the 1980s and 1990s. Back in 2010, the South Koreans carried out an artillery exercise in waters the North Korea claimed for their own territorial waters. In retaliation, North Korean artillery guns opened fire on the populated South Korean island of Yeonpyeong, firing a total of around 170 shells and killing 4 people in the process. According to a later report on the incident produced by the Washington-based 38th North Project, more than half of the artillery rounds fired by the North Koreans during that attack missed their target completely and landed in the waters around the island, while a further 1 in 5 of the artillery shells that hit the island failed to even explode. This was a very high failure rate, and it suggested that at least some North Korean-produced artillery shells suffered from either poor storage conditions and standards or subpar quality control during their manufacturing process, or potentially even a combination of both. The Russians had to be aware of this potential risk that a lot of the North Korean artillery shells could, in fact, be lemons. But they also don't really have any other possible alternative to choose from right now for sourcing more artillery rounds to keep on fighting. But even if most of the North Korean artillery shells performed as they did in 2010 at Yeonpyeong, if the Russians acquired 10 billion rounds of North Korean artillery to fire in Ukraine, and 1 in 5 of them failed to explode, that's still 8 billion rounds of artillery that won't fail, and will still be devastating to a high degree. Whatever discussions Putin and Kim had directly face-to-face in Russia in September, terms will likely not ever be made public over the sensitivities of both sides involved. Russia itself has signed off on multiple previous UN Security Council resolutions sanctioning North Korea over its nuclear weapons program and has even agreed to place arms embargoes on the country, which, trading some advanced Russian military technology for millions of rounds of artillery and small arms ammunition, would obviously and grossly violate, placing Russia in even further major diplomatic hot water around the world than it already is in. Further, the North hypothetically acquiring more advanced Russian military technology in the forms of potential current-gen fighters, submarines, or even improved satellites, rockets, and missiles would greatly alarm the government in South Korea, and potentially even further incentivize the hawks in Seoul to dramatically step up their military support for Ukraine much more than they already have, which would be quite terrible news for Russia. You see, just like North Korea, the South has also been preparing itself to guard against another full-scale war erupting on the Korean Peninsula for the past 70 years, and in the process, they have developed a very large military-industrial base and have steadily emerged as one of the world's most significant arms exporters, dramatically more technologically advanced and wealthier than North Korea is, with an economy that is these days approaching the size of Russia itself, despite only having a third of their population. South Korea has managed to carve out a highly influential niche for itself in the global arms industry, what is called the mid-level segment, consisting of things like tanks, artillery, and armored vehicles. For example, the South Korean-produced K9 Thunder self-propelled howitzer designed by Kia and Samsung absolutely don't.
How you doing, Tony? Thank you, Tony.
There'd be 10 guys sleeping in the room and fucking 15 outside the courtyard. If you can imagine, I'd walk up on an 8-foot tall wall. It's got a huge metal gate, and there's fucking 15 dudes that are sleeping inside it. And it's not like the movies, you can't just shoot everybody. You have to positively ID that. The way to do it is to get up and over inside that fucking thing and like drop it out. It's like it's super sketchy. There's just lasers on everybody. Like,
cycling versus running. Which one is better?
Exercise. It's a stress reducer, a mood booster, an energy enhancer, it helps with weight loss, and I guess entire lifestyles. The big question is, with our busy lives, how do we fit in exercise? Well, here at GCM, we're running 30 minutes of exercise every single day for 30 days. The question is, as well, is what kind of exercise do you do, and what can you do in 30 minutes? Well, that is the question we can ask today. This is gym versus cycling versus running versus indoor training. Chris, exactly. You okay? Yeah, okay. Ready for a strength session? Ready. In my mind, the best thing to do for a 30-minute session is to get in the gym. It's easy, it's accessible, and it's going to benefit you on the bike. You ready for a hard session? I'm ready. Let's go.
Hold up, Hank. Isn't the best thing about exercise getting outside, breathing in the good stuff, filling in your lungs with air?
Come on, guys. Whilst you're training on your own, I'm going to show you that you can do a fun 30-minute workout on a platform like Swift, where I'm going to ride with hundreds and thousands of like-minded individuals. Plus, I'm going to spend about 3 minutes getting ready. I don't have to faff around with under jerseys, thermal socks, overshoes, all that. Ready? Let's go.
Come on, guys. We all know the easiest form of exercise with a 30-minute time frame has got to be a run. I mean, it's accessible to pretty much everyone. You can run pretty much anywhere you like, and all you need is a pair of trainers.
So there we are. The scene is set. I'm doing my 30 minutes in the gym. Manon on the turbo trainer, Connor doing hill reps outside, and our friend from GTN, Marcus, heading out with his trainers out for a run. But the big question is, if you had 30 minutes in the day, what would you do? Let me know in the comment section below. Right, Chris, session, let's go.
It's fair to say, even on the busiest of schedules, we can always fit in 30 minutes of exercise. I'm speaking from experience, because I do have a busy job and also hectic family life, so it's all systems go. But getting out for 30 minutes, it really does clear the mind, it's good for the soul, it keeps you energized. And if you can get out and get something done, I think it's better than nothing. So today, going to my local climb, there's actually 3 different ways up this climb. I'm going to smash it, I'm going to see what I can do in 30 minutes and get the blood pumping.
The turbo or the indoor trainer is a great tool if you want to get a good workout. There's no fact you don't have to travel anywhere, like to the gym. I mean, I can walk from my house to my garage, but that's not far at all. I don't have to be out in the bad weather, which sucks. I can literally get changed, walk out, get straight on the bike. I mean, my bike's already set up, ready to go, very time efficient, and I can get a good workout done. Plus today I am actually hosting a ride on Swift, where GCN are currently doing 30 minutes of exercise for 30 days in the month of January, where on the GCN Club on Swift we're hosting rides pretty much every single day, sometimes twice a day, where you can come and ride with us presenters. Today I'm leading a workout and I've got about 400 people joining me, which, I mean, if that's not motivation, then I don't know what is. But I really lack in motivation when I'm training on my own, so jumping on where I can ride with loads of other people, have a great time, is just so much better for me. And yeah, as I said, I don't like being out in the cold weather, so nice warm garage, that'll do me nicely.
Now,
why would you want to head out for a run? Well, I think you'd be surprised just how easy it is. As I said, all you need is a pair of trainers. You can be in the city, the countryside, a gym, and you're good to go. For that reason, we've actually seen some of the best cyclists in the world opting for running, the likes of Tom Pitcock, Van Aert, Van der Poel, just to name a few, are all pretty big into their running. Anyway, enough of that. I think it's time to get on with my run.
Our resident triathlete heads out then, but I'm on my bike. I've got my hill to ride up. Just pile me there. And all I have to do is to get cracking. 3, 2, 1, let's do it. Take your time, so 3 seconds. Then walk from how much you're standing to there. Bye. Good. Short rise too, you can absolutely smash it. No holding back. Caged tiger, released out into the wild.
Tell you about my workout in a little bit more detail. So 30 minutes, I did a quick warm-up. I think my warm-up was about 8 minutes just to get the legs going, and then I went straight into 2 minutes hard riding, 2 minutes easy riding, and did that pretty much for the entire 30 minutes, and then I had a quick cool down at the end. And that really is the perfect workout for me when I've got 30 minutes. I just want a nice, simple, easy life, and that's why I choose the indoor trainer when I'm very short on time. So
there we go. That's my third minute. Flash vest on the bike, 3 climbs down, I've got 30 seconds spare, so just enough time to descend back down. I only managed 9 kilometres, but still 360 metres elevation gain. Average power 230 watts, so I'm a bit out of breath. Max power for 5 minutes, 370, so I was pushing on, still getting a decent bit of work done. And best bit of all, I enjoyed it was fun. Got out in the open air, pushed myself, energised, ready to get back to work now. Finish off the day in style. What a bike ride, don't have to be long, be as short as you want. Take a view like this at the end. But yeah, clock is ticking, so I better get back to work.
There we go, good little workout in the bank there. 30-minute run, and I covered just shy of 6k, 5.8 kilometres. Gotta be honest, bit hard to get going this morning. I did literally roll out of bed about 10 minutes before the run, but that is the beauty of running. You literally can throw your clothes on, shoes on, and then off you go, which is why I love it. I mean, I could be away on work trips or away with my partner at weekends, and it doesn't get in the way of things because there's so little equipment and faff involved and having to pump things into a car and everything. So really good for that. A few stats here for you. So my average heart rate was 154 BPM. That means I burn 450 calories. Max pace of 3 minutes per kilometre was on a downhill bit. Yeah, I was a bit flat this morning. I wasn't sure I was going to do much more than just an easy run, but I ended up throwing a few short hill sprints in just to kind of get a bit of speed and some power in my legs because as I say, just feeling a bit flat lately. So yeah, good workout, 30 minutes, there we go.
So I guess that just leaves me. Well, I did a good half an hour strength session. I did stretching, core, and I guess I had a good full body workout. But don't hear it from me, I want to hear from you. What would you use? What would you use that 30 minutes for? And what extra?
How you doing, Amanda? Who do you think is gonna win, Justin Brennan or Eric Kagan? Look, he finally got gas, guys. His friends must have brought him some gas or something.
There's three main reasons CrossFit became so hated, and how these came about is concerning.
Here we go, a bit of fitness here as he does some sort of washing machine type of pull-up here.
This is a workout craze with no signs of slowing down. It's a workout program that's unpredictable, uncompromising, and raw. But critics say CrossFit is dangerous and people are getting hurt.
Despite going from zero to over $4 million in 20 years, CrossFit is probably the most controversial fitness brand in the world.
Dangerous, maybe to the rest of the industry. I think we are a threat, but not to people's well-being.
So how did it become so popular, yet so hated? CrossFit was formed in the year 2000 in Santa Cruz, California, by Greg Glassman. He believed that the traditional metrics of fitness and intensity kind of suck.
For the bodybuilders, intensity comes down to how red your face gets and how big of a scene you make and how much you run. And wow, it's intense.
But the endurance community's metric for intensity, heart rate, was just as bad. His new methodology was to create the fittest people on earth, with constantly changing workouts, prepare people for the unexpected, in which the aim was to not only lift heavy weight for reps, but to do it quickly.
We're really doing this so we can go outside and survive better.
The athletes would all train together in classes as a tribe. Everyone believed in CrossFit's vision, and then throw stones at traditional fitness.
You can sit there and Gold's Gym for hours. I've done it for years. You can go days at a time without seeing functional movement, except for people coming in, sitting their backs down. And as soon as they start working out, I get this shit.
The brands were seen as a rebellious underdog in the fitness industry because they were seen as the smooth, ultimate sport for fitness. CrossFit's growth was rapid. By 2005, CrossFit had expanded to 30.
Who's yelling? Somebody's yelling about something. What are they yelling about? Well, looks like their car got started. I guess they're probably happy that now the only thing is I don't know if they can exit through that bike lane. They might have to go over the I don't know if that's gonna work. Something better happen tonight, guys. Because it seems like nothing's happening tonight.
Reached 13,000 Jews, and then by 2020, over 15,000 Jews. So what could possibly be to hate about a fitness brand growing like a fast food chain, getting millions into fitness? Surely this is an amazing concept. CrossFit's specialty is being extremely unspecialized. In a workout, you might be doing this, or this. As the creator wanted to focus on functional fitness, with the aim of improving in all of these areas, CrossFit includes a large number of technical movements, which can require much more skill than other sports to learn, especially considering movements are done for reps, catalyzed by a competitive environment where speed's important. As a result, form breakdowns of high risk, which is partially why we see so many CrossFit fail videos. In fact, the creator's always been clear on the potentially dangerous nature of CrossFit, stating that it can actually kill you. This edgy nature initially seemed to attract people to it, with one of their unofficial mascots being Pukey the Clown, a stereotype of how often people in CrossFit train to vomiting.
I've met Pukey multiple times, but then again, doing this for competition, so you kind of have to go there.
But perhaps more concerning is their mascot Uncle Rabdo, a clown dying from rhabdomyolysis. His guts are falling to the floor due to a condition which can be caused by training so hard that your muscles break down, entering the blood, which can then cause organ damage and death, a syndrome which turns urine a disturbing colour. CrossFit has been criticised for glorifying this condition, or at least not taking it seriously, with some gyms bragging about it, and people posing in hospital with the condition, as if it's a badge of honour. In response, the CrossFit creator stated, "We introduced Rhabdo because we're honest and believe that full disclosure of risk is the only ethical thing to do." Regardless, many dislike CrossFit for the prioritization of intensity over form. A commonly mentioned fitness horror story is that of CrossFit athlete Kevin Oga, who severed his spine during a fitness competition. And while it's used to scare people away from CrossFit, it's important to remember extreme injuries can happen in any sports. Not to mention, it was actually a weightlifting competition where the injury happened. If we look at the injury rates, it would actually be unfair to call CrossFit much more dangerous than weightlifting or powerlifting. However, considering the weights used in CrossFit are usually lighter, with the movements done in supervised classes, it's still unnecessarily high. The data is likely positively skewed, meaning the CrossFit injury rate is massively inflated by bad gyms. But make no mistake, there are some awful CrossFit gyms out there. If you're over the age of 18, you could open your very own CrossFit gym as a qualified instructor after just 2 days of training. So, although CrossFit done right is a very safe sport, due to these factors, it can be unnecessarily dangerous. And unfortunately, it's the extreme fails and stupidity which tend to make sensational stories and go viral. But it's not just the concern for people's well-being that makes people hate CrossFit. It's often the fact CrossFitters don't seem to shut up about CrossFit. A common stereotype is that once you start CrossFit, it becomes your personality and pretty much all you care about.
CrossFit is a lifestyle. It starts in the gym and it ends on your Facebook.
It's not uncommon for the media to refer to it as a cult.
All hail the culture of CrossFit.
With many deeming it the Scientology of fitness. And from the outside, it may seem to have a lot of cultish attributes. For example, the stereotype of CrossFitters almost worshipping CrossFit.
You know that CrossFit is the only way to work out?
How they try and recruit new members.
CrossFit's not just an exercise, it's a cult, way of life.
And all think the same way.
Damn it! I knew this about cult life.
While it's definitely the minority that's actually like this, the valid concern in this tribal group environment is the likelihood of groupthink, a phenomenon
How are things there, Adam? Family as well, I hope. Yep. The boy is walking around a lot. He can run now, too.
that occurs when the desire for group consensus overrides people's common sense. This is particularly dangerous, considering some CrossFit gyms are run by massively underqualified people. It may explain why we see some gyms proudly displaying Rhabdo boards, people selling merch like this, and why some CrossFitters can be so extreme, painting a bad picture for the rest of the sport.
I do CrossFit.
When you consider the likelihood of groupthink and the fact CrossFit was created to be the superior sport, it's not surprising why people make fun of its elitist nature.
What's this shit? Anyone ever done that on a job site? Is it essential to raising children?
As if this is going to help you raise a child.
That is doing absolutely nothing to improve your balance. All you're doing is building really big chest muscles that won't help you at all the next time you have to fight off a grizzly bear.
While I personally think CrossFit's community aspect is its biggest benefit, but having a strong community doesn't make it an evil sect. It's not surprising why CrossFitters get stereotyped for belonging to an annoying elitist cult. By far the most common criticism of CrossFit is the fact it looks stupid. I think most would agree some of these movements are definitely questionable. Instead of doing things with strict form, CrossFitters have found ways to cheat, to get through workouts quicker. For example, the CrossFit rules for a pull-up only state you must get your chin over the bar, so people started kipping. Many experts claim these are unnecessarily technical and dangerous, and shouldn't be called pull-ups considering it's more of a swing. A similar thing is seen in powerlifting, where people arch their backs to create an almost non-existent range of motion. But because kipping is so humorous to watch, CrossFitters are frequently made fun of.
Bang! And he's basically dead as the woman jumps in a different direction.
CrossFit has revolutionized fitness by teaching the correct way to doing it correctly.
While good gyms focus on the basics and sensible programming, unfortunately, others get a little too creative with their movements, all in the name of functional training. Now, whenever someone does something which looks dumb in the gym, it tends to get labelled as CrossFit, only strengthening the stereotype. But you see, a lot of dislike does come from misunderstanding. While many do CrossFit to become better all-round athletes, others do it simply to get better at CrossFit and not to gain muscle optimally. In good CrossFit gyms, workouts include mostly basic movements, with most of the odd-looking exercises only being done by the advanced, often as training to compete in the CrossFit Games, which is its own sport. In fact, to become the first ever Australian Ninja Warrior, Ben Paulson trained with butterfly pull-ups, and I think you can see how they may have been useful here, allowing him to take the trophy, along with a $400,000 cash prize.
I thank CrossFit a lot.
So even something as ridiculous and universally hated as the CrossFit pull-ups can have a use. There's nuances to everything. Still, the criticisms around the dangers of CrossFit are valid. CrossFit is going to be impressively annoying, and it can look odd, although CrossFit kind of asked to get bullied. It was a great idea, just with terrible execution. The brand became hated due to its dangerous perception and elitist stance, all the while incorporating unusual movements, with many gyms completely forgetting what functional training actually is. And you can't really blame them, considering a 2-day course is all they needed to open. Unfortunately, each of these points are enhanced by stereotypes. Whether or not CrossFit is bad largely depends on the gym you go to. CrossFit with a good coach is probably just what some who may find the gym boring need. In a world where most people are sedentary, with companies selling 2,600 calorie drinks, any physical activity done safely should be respected. And the best workout is the one you actually do long term.
Everybody that was on the bench, nobody needs EMS. Get a call back.
You can mark 96.
What's your guys? Calisthenics. Ultimate manifestation on the top of your feet. That's like great respect for all the getting the outfits to really get into our freedom of classroom.
Hospital 4231.
Drive your body up by pulling your arms down. Think more straight arm push down to get your body up rather than lifting your pelvis into the air using your abs. If you do this exercise, guys, I'll be the hard. These stupid transitions. Can I just do it my way, please? Exercise, I'll be the hard one, and we'll drive muscle growth here. Exercise number 2, Jesse, I hate these stupid transitions. Can I just do it my way, please? Exercise number 2 is another one with lat involvement, but if we do this right, we're going to turn it into a great bicep building exercise, and it's a classic chin-up. what's great about this is it has all the components of a bicep contraction. It's got that flexion of the shoulder, it's got supination here of the forearm, and of course it has the flexion of the elbow as you get towards the top of the movement. But what's key is maintaining the right relationship of your body to the bar when you do the exercise. Don't get too close, as I mentioned many times before, but maintain some distance between your body and the bar at the top. Keep the focus more on the biceps. And thinking number 3 is one of my favorite ways to build shoulders, even if you have access to a full gym. We're talking about a closed chain shoulder building exercise using just this wall over here. It's a handstand push-up. What's great about this, again, I mentioned closed chain. This is one of the very few opportunities you have to do a shoulder exercise with an overhead pressing motion where your hands are still in contact with the ground, which activates the kinetic chain in a different pressing wall over here. It's a handstand push-up. And what's great about this, again, I mentioned closed chain. This is one of the very few opportunities you have to do a shoulder exercise with an overhead pressing motion where your hands are still in contact with the ground, which activates the kinetic chain in a different way. It stabilizes the scapula differently because they're not in body chains. Exercise number 4 is another one that I would include in any training program, even if I had access to a full gym. When we're talking about it, guys, these calisthenic exercises are the you can see with this exercise, what it does is it incorporates both hamstring activation and glute activation, and more importantly, ties them together. In function, if you can allow the glutes to drive the function of the this is why it brings us to number 5, the halfway mark on the list. One of the most classic muscle building exercises out there is the push-up.
But Jeff, you said that push-ups are killing my knees.
Let me explain here for a second, guys. So we're talking about push-ups. I've mentioned it many times. The push-up pattern, if you want to get a complete chest contraction. More importantly, the variation of the push-up pattern. The version that's out there. So who cares how many you actually ultimately do? The fact is you create the overload challenge out there. It's going to take the exercise that I can do many of and instantly make it more challenging and difficult. Who cares how many you actually ultimately do? The fact is you create the overload that's necessary to drive the muscle growth that you're seeking. As we go to exercise number 6, it's important to understand that your abs are muscles too, and they too can grow if you apply the right resistance. So in the absence of weights, what do? Well, you use the weights that you carry around every day, and that's your legs. And the best way to do that is with a hanging leg raise. So when we go to a hanging exercise here, we take the weight of the legs and lift them up in space, which can create more leg. Spending your body in space, the dip is another exercise where we can do a lot more difficult. Rather than have guys, whatever we have to do to get it done, just make sure you do, because it's one of the most effective when it comes to building muscle. And whatever we have to do to get it done, just make sure you do, because it's one of the most effective when it comes to building muscle in our bodyweight exercise arsenal. Okay with you? Bad timing. Well, we know that versatility of this exercise extends beyond just its ability to build lats. We know that terms in different exercises that we can do. The fact is, you can't escape the pull-up here, whether you're training in a gym with weights or whether you have access to no weights at all. It's the king of the bodyweight exercises. Thinking of those upper back muscles, you know we're not going to get through an entire list without some variation on your regular baseball. We can easily overload the muscles here that we're targeting because they tend to be very small muscles that respond fairly quickly to overload because we don't oftentimes subject them to that. We're talking about the rotator cuff, your delts, and also the rhomboid and mid-scap muscles. Again, it doesn't take a lot here, and oftentimes angling your body differently in the doorway is an alter. And once again, overload possible from a single leg exercise, but without some of the negatives that might come along with the pistol squat. With the levitation squat, we're able to keep a much more neutral pelvis rather than the extreme posterior tilt we get from the pistol. We have much less knee flexion here, which allows for people that have some knee issues or meniscal issues to perform the exercise pain-free. And also, it is actually a much easier exercise for beginners to start with, but still not compromise the gains they can see from a single leg exercise. The fact is, guys, it's a perfect exercise to complement that all-important glute hand raise we already covered. And there you have it, guys, the hard muscle training program that requires nothing at all, much.
Bravo 1, yes, that's Bravo. Boy in the air, 22 boy.
7th Avenue for the unconscious, Brooklyn Road.
47 X-ray, XBC.
What's up, Frank? Just to confirm, yeah, West 28th Street, 7th Ave. 7 Frank, right here in the corner. 10-4, I've got the these fucking. Boulevard. George.
Taiwan engine 7.
9月20号，2023年，然后我们在台湾，Hi everyone, and we're in Taiwan today.
1-5 David, 20 Charlie, update out.
We stay in 4 PD. If you don't mind doing a call back, there's no apartment. It's gonna be a book done.
1700. Can we get a CLS, please? We get CLS.
Okay, the location is Broad Street and Exchange Place. Broad Street and Exchange Place.
Trump secure one moving out of traffic. Nation walked away. Something here, some package over ahead in that way now.
Or from where you guys are.
In 87, then we're gonna head out. But everything is 100 and 109. Definitely. Which one are you seeing?
That's what they.
Between East 5118 and East 52 streets for an odor of gas. Brooklyn phone box 3136. Address 5111 Avenue H. Henry. Between East 51 and East 52. An odor of gas in a private dwelling. Condo 233 ounces. Dispatcher 453. That's far except to the building. Building 56 and 672. Potato -45 Winchester Boulevard. That's far except to the building. Building 66 and box 66. Wolf on the clock. 33 Queen 46 minutes. 1 home. It's going to be a day.
11 Morningside. Charlie response is 236.
What if any issue for car park? Respond to I-246, Otis Avenue, is any issue for car park? 236,
Sergeant copy on the 20. And where do you want them to meet you? You'll send somebody by and have them meet you at what location, Ken? No, I'm gonna go meet them. Just find out the location, I'll go meet them. Okay, that's fine. Oh, yes, good, Brian? 3455 South Street up on the 40. Just talk to me about beat up about you. Say how say you're available for checking a lot. How's that going? Alright, thank you. Fire service Adam 2. I confirm rescue and transit to the customer fellow on the southbound road bed. West 162 to London from the 2 and 3 line. Take the first 10 forward. It has been advised that a current public forestry precinct receiving a vehicle pursuit for the Bronx Avenue and Story Avenue. Okay, in regard to the pursuit of the Unicam over Citywide 3 Aaron Central, coming over with a vehicle pursuit, press towards the Bronx. I know what unit it is.
That's right. 6720.
Activated during its operation. Able to now broadcast and monitor the Bronx One operation provided on ground level.
That's all 53. 3 Fox 4 EPN line at Port William 31 Street, verify on the southbound track.
3 Fox 4 Bridge.
EPN line at Port William 31 Street, verify on the southbound track. 44 contact.
Yep, they're going right now,
Right for 53, even I did, and 3940.
The kind of report fire receiving a vehicle pursuit to the Whitestone Bridge. Taking the white Charger, unknown place, California place, unknown plate number. Fire service Adam 3. Yeah. Affirmative. Possible was the same with the Bronx River. Authority of Operations, shots fired has been activated. One round ground level, 829 Burke Avenue. Matthews Avenue to Bronx River. Unconfirmed.
One more time.
Fire service Adam 10. Disregard. One is 30147.
In regards to ICAD 49, the lights are no right, be notified.
Fire service Adam 1. I confirm EDPC acknowledge of the 6 weeks in 200 Hospital Street. Proceeding towards third. Is available at no shirt, black short. About 30 years old. Unknown Handle 1011 commercial bird at 7 West 47th Street, Fifth Avenue, Avenue American. That was CRC post on the air. Fire service, Adam Fork. Okay, and I have a 1011 commercial bird. Confirm rescue between Ava with elderly females in Avenue American 911 442 24 Park to Washington. Motion, please apartment Oscar and on the third floor. And before it sends its location, I confirm. Fire service, Adam 2. Acting from EDP in the 28 West 113 in St. Nicholas, the mail block 26 years old, says RC3. Says bleeding signal Polish on confirmed.
Give me a call to the base for disabled. It's going to be on the Bell Parkway by Ocean Parkway. Sorry, 21 North and 201 if they're available. There's a bit of a language barrier to ascertain its exact location and direction on the highway. 201, step by then. It's going to be Ocean Parkway by Bell Parkway by Ocean Parkway, unknown direction. A little bit of a language barrier.
Fire service, Adam 10, truck 10, you'll be requested in regards to 31 commercial, 4232 Crescent Street, 42 Road and 43 Avenue of the Closet to gain entry, broken glass.
Yeah, you can show me coming on 201 track.
10-4.
10-4. Get a 10-6. Any unit make up this unit calling an 85 at this time, Chase? Down on Central. 0 Adam. What's the location? Can you do location, guys? Sir Brennan, I don't have a location.
Advisory of operation, shots by the husband.
Location, call. Is that 30 Adam or 6 Adam? 6 Adam. You get a location, Kate?
So it has to be the 3 open. There's only one female, and that's in 26 GLA. So we're going to head over to 155. 26 GLA.
155. And I'm sitting at 155.
So negative. That's what's going on here.
Okay, I need a location, guys. There's no 3 unit calling 155. Hey, there's no Charlie, there's no Sergeant Central. Give me a rundown. 3 on Adam K. I don't care. 3. You're going Quarter Charlie. 10-3 on TLA. Going good. 10-4. 26 Adam on the air. Adam, we're good. We're good. 10-4. Charlie. What's this?
This is Metro Bank.
That's the promise. Okay. This is attack on it. 6, what kind of data? What's this for? 1. Right. 4. That's 1. Okay, the unit that's putting it. Okay. Real calling, come here to call 155 and access. That's okay, this is the only thing this is real kind of for. Queen. 949. About 040418 for 332, unit 010A when available. 110A. 18 on box 44, 18 box 44, 1033, the code 2 of the phone at the time. 51.46. Stop.
Hey guys, this is Austin over at Toronto Boat here in Summer, South Carolina. And today I have a break.
Be right there. We're going to close up. It's Spanish Cola, and they give an additional location after Grand Black City for that 561 West 175 minutes. Show me the spot there.
Coming around the side, you can get the stolen. See them in better in the rear. But basically, it has sensors on the track. Right here above the tire. The active terrain dynamics with that vector is all over. So that way you can expect, for example, if you jump it, you know you're in the air, you can expect a big bang coming soon so that we don't damage the actual components of the truck. You have nice big LED taillights with blind spot monitor. One of my favorite features being a short guy 5'8", I've got a step that folds out right here. That way if I need to, I can climb up here and get into the bed. Really handy. If I need to, I can I've got a step that folds out right here. That way if I need to, I can climb up here and get into the bed. Really handy. And you can see more parking sensors on the rear right down here along the bumper. Same thing in the rear. Park sensor will allow you to not back into anything. It'll stop you ahead of time. This is our key fob. It is specific to the TRX. You can see our nice red TRX badge right there. I'm going to give you guys an exhaust clip here so you guys can hear the 700
Which one are you square?
Time for 310, Mr. Patty Session Prisons, for police and RP. And show back to block 98.
Report. Show me transferring one male to the first precinct. Report.
Affirmative. It is 0311.
Upstairs. Okay, man, we spoke to DJs here. They got nothing. We're gonna mark it. I know that is.
This was called in from a medical provider. 3640.
I thought you're right. It's about
316.
Hi, my name is Marty Bowen. Like you, I'm a passionate documentary filmmaker. You see, when it comes to filmmaking, there's so much information, but it's actually misinformation. It tells you to focus on LUTs, on gear, on flashy style, but it misses the core of every good film, which is finding a good character and telling a compelling story. I've scoured the web, and I haven't found any other courses or communities that give you a roadmap on how to discover, create, and complete documentary films. Maybe you don't know how to find a good documentary story, or you're in the midst of an edit and you feel lost, or maybe you're struggling keeping your video business afloat and don't have time to create your passion projects. AOD is here to help all of these, and the art of documentary is the leading online film documentary. From our documentary modules to our in-depth courses, hundreds of teaching videos, monthly community calls, our private small group accelerators, in-person meetups, live film festivals, and our film funding opportunities, AOD is the place for you to grow as a filmmaker for the next 10 years and beyond. Whether you're just starting out in film or you're an established filmmaker, our team, community, and resources will be there to inspire, support, and empower you as you find your voice, finish that first film, and build a career for yourself. We've had students come to us that telling us after going through film school and getting into tens of thousands of dollars in debt, that in just the first 4 videos of AOD, they learned more than they ever did in 4+ years of film school. I went through film school myself, and after I came out, yeah, I did know how to use a camera, but I didn't know how to complete a film and tell a good story. And that's why in AOD, we've created a systematized approach that's repeatable for you to help find and create good doc stories.
AOD has helped my business, my career in so many ways, not only just meeting other people in the industry in the city where I live. I've hired them, they've hired me, but it's also just improved my skills as a filmmaker.
Definitely recommend that enrollments jump into AOD. The community alone is worth every penny to connect with other people, to get feedback on your projects.
AOD helped me in so many ways. First with the module 1, all the technical aspects of documentary, and then with the module 2 to find my voice and how to express what I wanted to say in my documentary.
The AOD curriculum is broken down into 5 separate modules for every aspect. Your film journey. Module 1 is the foundations of finding and finishing your first documentary film. If you haven't made a film, this is the place to start. Module 2 is about finding your voice as a director and getting direct feedback on your work in our bi-weekly feedback sessions.
I believe we can help elevate your brand or your contract expires with them.
distribute columnist service. Create and Earn is about building a profitable and thriving business. So you have the freedom to create more passion projects. Many of our students have seen their businesses grow 3 times in income since joining Create and Earn. The Perfect Cut is the complete step-by-step guide and journey to editing the best documentary stories. Our students tell us that Perfect Cut has significantly sped up their editing and cut hours from their work. In our latest course, Cinematic Guide, is an extensive, in-depth story. Tell us that in our latest taught by Egg Foundation, Cinematic Guide is an extensive cut hours from their work. In our latest course, Cinematic Guide is an extensive, in-depth cinematography course taught by a huge roster of industry professionals. We'll teach you everything from the core foundations to creating stunning visuals and crafting the most compelling story. We've had thousands of students, and we've watched them take their films to the next level, getting them into big film festivals, getting their films onto TV, and taking huge steps forwards in their careers. Whatever your goals and journey are as a filmmaker, there's a path for you in AOD. We found that students with the most success in AOD bundle multiple courses together so that they have everything they need for their storytelling, business, and technical expertise. What's so sad to me is that I see so many people giving up on their film before they ever begin shooting, or they get lost and overwhelmed and don't know how to finish. We want to take away this confusion. In AOD, between all of our instructors, we're taking decades and decades of experience to help you become a better filmmaker. So join the waitlist now. Our documentary is only available to purchase twice a year. You do not want to miss this opportunity to be part of the AOD Academy. See you on the inside.
Correct. 4. East 139th Street, Super Sev, 1
Charlie, can you show me the facilities at Hospital 230? Yes, we are safe. We are sitting inside of the truck watching the patient, but we need to keep you.
There's a lane that's made of islands. Public. Delta 13 goes to new address. It's going to be 520 West 183rd Street. 520 West 183rd Street. It's engagement.
sorry, what unit's back in for 1 Charlie 1? Okay, Charlie 4, once again, that location is 780 Prospect Avenue. Code 4Gs at Charlie 44, Mark, and Longwood Avenue. Seat 16, female, not male, access from 1 Miss Soviet trees. Request EDP and summon officers around 50 of the cars and continues to on 484 Bob Line. Once again, that's EDP and domestic on self-location, approach your caution.
Can you get there a full explanation?
Responsive to Frida on the corner of Ashton and Decal for 31X.
Send me the north phone number of my MVP, please.
Yeah, we'll call it
10-4.
And then 9 CPR in progress, EMS 1C.
10-4. 0324 hours, dispatcher 456. Area BP, back the bus stretcher, station box up, please. Any help people to call back? Do nothing showing.
37 Adam Ralph from Clifton, 35 Rescue.
Particular facilities, the hospital, Brooklyn. Sure, 84.
Avenue, 803. What's his name?
950-946. You just do a call back to confirm building, please. Please. Fox 4973, 18 or 362. You notified DOT. Car hit a street sign and knocked it over. They're going to have to come take care of it. We'll get into the process. 299 is 1018. 1042. 2945.
I am free. Thank you, Mama.
Street 538, 2955 West 24. There is no such address. We tried 2950 West 24, and that address is good. You have a 107? Oh, we got them right there. Confirm? It's not on parking. Young, we have a 10 Central. Here's your message. For Young, QD, AL3 stock, pull for rest, station by 7. Thank you. 6610 floor. Look for 3 alarm, back to 453. Hey, Dave. X-ray for condition message. We made contact with the patient as part of the hospital. He didn't want to deal with us. He walked away into 93. Call that solid day loop, something I loop, yeah, see what's to it. Yeah, 3 Oscar, we're 84. Everyone's safe. We're just trying to figure things out. What's going on? Okay. Closed commercial establishment, so we have nothing showing at the from the outside building. We're gonna go over the Myrtle Avenue, Christopher Street, Cove Road, for Salvo Pay. 71, 22 White.
UK 7, there's another unit there. Let's just do some job.
798.
Avenue 125 train station, the AMH train station, southbound, for the teachers, South George.
your message? Attend 100 and hospital 03 will monitor. George for the drop, Peppermint Street, 32 George. Victor, coming up for 137, Victor. Victor Hotel.
We have an extremely combative signal.
35 Rescue, we already sent out the message for PD. You have condition 4-4 currently unlocked your location. If the scene is unsafe, 35 Rescue, remove yourself from the location till PD and the supervisor arrive. The supervisor arrived. Yeah, conditions 4-4 currently on route. PD already has been called. Arm stuck in a railing.
It's the same patient being handled.
That's all right. Thank you. Woodbine and Irving with the unconscious to Charlie. Adam update at the ER 32 Frank 67 Zebra 31 Adam safe. That's for thanks to the back.
Parkway 1 train station. Will be unconscious, 11 young. 11 young, be advised to be the northbound platform.
Morning, Frank. You still have the original patient?
Ada call is coming out. 199.
199, can you put me on BBP, back in the bus stretcher, one back to hospital 83? Wants to go to sleep now. Outstanding for F1, 91. POA? 90, Nora, 90 Union. Could you also put me on the family job? Show me how to it. Thank you. Henry 415169th Street. Adam.
One Adam.
You want?
9-1, I'm going to Northern. There's nothing going on here. Check the thoughts. Operating preference. That's what you're doing tonight. Yes, well. 745. duffel bag. Went southbound on 7th Ave towards 42nd Street. Secure door. We're over here at 78 Marlboro. 95. Coswell Avenue. Really well. 10-4, we did that 5 minutes ago. Normally, the crowd is going to be kind of yellow.
History of Iranian civilization shows that we have always supported the history.
For Charlie, in 97, you know. Get a better address, 3726, that's like this. Henry, 4801, 31 Avenue.
on Charlie. 8417, you got a call back? West 11th Street. Cancel the floor, cancel it. Alright. Charlie, almost at 46 Anthony Ave.
ECS 49, the aided is being violent towards family members, mother, father, and a brother. The male, 21 years old. On arrival, 85th Summer Officer Mountain Summers. Coverage, 689, what's number possible? Either one call.
91, when you're ready.
Either one call. Is it okay?
If you want to 64 questions.
Let's give a black man where he's like, I make sure she got the location. I'm not parking.
What's your address?
99-1227 Street, from the 99 Avenue.
What's that? Alright, 10-4. Just like that, 10 Q90X.
Which traffic route can I idea?
10 in our queue. So that's going to be that Union on your door. Grab up the kick.
Wired SC30 notified and en route.
That's what.
Do you have an unit racing?
13 boy.
13 boy.
And 11 to make any skin or door.
Why?
Can you show me that 2 for gas?
You want? Six base.
Circle, about 3 minutes. University Place in regards to 311 job. You're looking for basic, just hold those 2 jobs. Show me back. Show me 98. How the mail is to select the location.
One Charlie on the air. 45 Ave to 1 Street. Voicemail on the call back. Yeah, 5617 Boulevard, north of 149 and out of St. John's. Hey, do you see you guys? I'm still waiting for you.
Here, let's take a bus.
I'm checking this caller back as much straight to voicemail. Another caller's coming in. What's the center?
You want my time? I got a Henry at 550 Cathedral Parkway. 550 Cathedral Parkway? 94550 Cathedral Parkway. Henry.
I just realized it's anonymous caller.
Try that at 61 to 101 Orchard Street in reverse or 201.
The second call was for as a family member, so this was the first one.
Okay.
What's that? So do you need a separate job or put it on the same cash?
Put it on the same.
third-party caller. She threatened to hang herself. Available start unit response to Sergeant location 205 West 40. I'm sorry, 202 West 40. 7 to 8 on the cross. Oh, that is so dumb. That's fine.
Or talk to the hypertension, sure, and I'll look down for the report.
One William, Seaview Avenue, building 4, second floor with different chest pain. 2-1 Will. Three two boy, Broadway, Keep Street, drug 324. Good, Sean. About extended patient care. Fucking so traffic. 10-4.
Three sweet blows property on it's gonna be in the subway.
75 director,
16 and February.
126 to 141.
64.
You can park in the X-ray.
Bean, Commander Adam. Unit standby. Thank you.
Ten five.
Oh, hell. 92 Charlie.
Sign clear 3 box 5091. The address 167. Queens unassigned class 3 box 5091. The address is 177-14119 Road. That's between 177 Place and Beasley Avenue with automatic alarm. 424 dispatcher 4 o'clock. Condition male 70. Officer fell on the floor and assist. Male 70 years old. Mr. David. Category 8.
6198. Proceed for the 10 cents. You took the ball back, Mary Bro.
Good evening, Manhattan. Can you show me the hospital 18 exchange of vehicles? Having trouble with this one, mechanical. Whoever that has been notified. 25, 459. Have not the unit for me.
Generic to white cat. 1 uptown, 1 downtown.
There's nothing going on here. We're gonna mark it IDX in our end. You can join the 333 pin around West 157 and Amsterdam Avenue.
41 King.
41 King.
41 King. PD on scene states that the patient left with another ambulance. Can you confirm? Six Zebra for the death breather, West 124th Street and 5th Ave. 16 Zebra.
Boy Frank, West 50th Street, Broadway 46. Oh wait, Frank. We the same job as 40 Adam, that's the only thing.
Boy, 8th Avenue, 9th Street for the 6. Boy. Update on scene 131.
Second of 9 John Esper, telemetry 3 room. Bill and Seneca. Boy Farm. What is your going to do? Stand by. 40 target response to the unknown 4th Avenue, 29th Street. 40 target.
6 Street, 12 David for the injury, East 102nd Street, Lexington Ave. 12 David. Rider 36 Manhattan. Rider 36. 1827. We had nothing going on the first one. We did have someone that turned on the first finger.
But EMS is at the location.
So we should go to 31 and shut it off. Have forward pretty quick.
The East Building.
Eleven Charlie, 13 Dave, 13 Boy, 12 Rescue, update out hospital.
Show me unidentified zebra on
1046. Boy George. Female's gonna be in front of the booth.
Do you have any further
I am Hungary.
Yeah, they were advised. They said that they still won't respond. Thank you, bro. One way we can mark it tonight. Oh, 2 Grand Tree, Green Tree, Carter Street. There we go. Yeah, bro, what's wrong? Broker units on this now. 3 flat.
I am Hungary.
This is going to be a 91 MTA stage day requested NYC 90 MS.
the FBI 770 transit. The barrel of rounds, we added 10 to the closet. That's the standard of the Crossfit Avenue. The event tandem is only, I see the box 472. Out 0523 to investigate 770.
That's the truck I want in Tahoe. Although I'm not sure if that's a Suburban or a Tahoe. I think it's a Suburban. Although I wouldn't mind a Suburban for, like, you know, family trips and such. But if I had to pick a daily driver, I'd say it'd be definitely be a Tahoe. And that's the thing, I don't know if I'd have it for New York City. But you can tell that obviously people do drive Suburbans and Tahoes in New York City. Fucking asshole. You're supposed to take turns, not just push your way through. So Scott, what's going on this morning? Guy on the bridge. I don't know if they caught him or not.
Whatever. That's not a Starbucks. That.